Gainesville, Florida is a small, peaceful town in north central Florida, known for its colleges, performing arts center, museums, and most importantly, the Florida Gator football team. In the fall of 1990, Danny Rolling disturbed that peace by brutally murdering 5 college students: Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, Krista Hoyt, Tracy Pauls, and Manuel Taboda. Gainesville will never forget. This is his trial. Gainesville, Florida is... Hey guys. Good morning. How is everybody? I had to go get blood drawn, so sorry I'm a few minutes late. So, are you guys ready for another day of the worst person in the world's trial? It's funny. I was watching a YouTube channel last night, and it was a live stream, and I was sitting here because I went back to bed and I rested, and I was feeling a little bit better, and I got up and I cooked dinner, and then I sat here and I was watching the live stream, and I was talking like they could hear me. And I was like, oh, I have to type now. I can't just talk. Okay, I think... Oh. Okay, I can do this. I think this is where we left off.
Can you state your name, please?
Gary David Manning, Sr.
And how are you employed?
I'm a corporal with the Gainesville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Gainesville Police Department?
Approximately 13 years.
Back in August of 1990, what was your assignment in the police department?
Six study and science of crime scenes as far as the factual basis of how they occurred, evidence related to that, photographs, things of that nature.
Were you called to the Williamsburg apartments back on Sunday afternoon, August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond?
Yes, sir.
How quickly or what number of officers were you there at the scene?
To my recollection, I was approximately the third officer there. I believe Ray Barber was there with another officer, and he had secured the crime scene, and I was the next available police officer that arrived.
Did you speak briefly with Officer Barber in terms of what was going on?
Yes, sir, I did.
And after you spoke with him, did you then go inside the apartment?
Yes, sir. We made a decision to go inside the apartment to check for additional suspects or victims.
Okay. After you went into the apartment, did you then later have an opportunity to process the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of that function, did you take some photographs?
Yes, sir.
Was the apartment secured prior to you taking those photographs?
Yes, sir. One of our primary duties as a criminalistics investigator is to secure the crime scene itself. Myself and Brad West completely secured the scene with yellow barrier tape, posted officers on the front and back.
Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to show you a series of photographs. I want to show you several photographs. As you take a look at them, see if you can identify them. State's exhibits. First, Z. Let me show you that. Briefly, what does that show?
This shows the similarity of the way all apartments are constructed. This particular stairwell is the apartment right next door to the east of apartment 113, Williamsburg Apartments.
The one that's next door that goes to 113, is it generally like the one shown in this photograph, State's Exhibit Z, for identification?
Yes, sir. All the Williamsburg apartments on this side of the complex have a very similar stairwell area constructed almost.
Not the precise stairwell, but this give an understanding of the stairwell and leading up to the back door?
Yes, sir.
And was that back door, in fact, a point of entry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me show you the State's Exhibit 2C for identification. Recognize that?
Yes, sir. This is the second floor, although it's the first floor of the apartment 113. This is the second floor entryway from the front of the building to apartment 113.
And State's Exhibit F, 2F, and 2I for identification.
This would be the rear kitchen door, which is again on the second floor of this three-story building on the inside of the back door, which will be determined at a later date to be the POE, point of entry.
Do all those four photographs that I've just shown you fairly and accurately depict what's shown in the photograph as you saw it back on August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir, they do.
And ask these be admitted at this point.
Because we didn't reference these, like numbers on the back, but ask each photograph you refer to, like number on the back, so that we cross-reference with refer to objectives. I would like to re-raise the objections made to these photographs earlier, but there's no record of the numbers. We would have to be specific as to each one.
If you can just give the identification letter and then the number that's on the back of the photograph, that probably will suffice in the record. Okay.
Of those objections made.
Those objections, court acknowledges the objections and overrules them.
State's Exhibit Z for identification is 265P-015.
That would be number 22, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't know if
State's
it's in
Exhibit
effect.
2C for
When he
identification
admitted to
is
all this stuff.
265P-070.
That would be 23.
State's Exhibit 2F for identification is Exhibit 265P-030.
24.
And 2I for identification is 265P-028.
25.
Let me show you State's Exhibits 2M and 2O for identification again, and ask you if you recognize what's in those photographs.
Yes, sir, I do. This is photographs depicting the upstairs bedroom of Sonia Larson, the bed area which contains the deceased.
Okay, and are they from different angles?
Yes, sir. One particular photograph, the first one that I have in
I
front of
don't need
me.
it at this point. Are they just from different angles?
Yes, sir, they are.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw back on this page?
Yes, sir, they do.
And offer State's Exhibit LM 265P-080
26.
and State's Exhibit 20 215P-040.
27.
Your Honor, we would re-raise the previously made objections to these photographs.
All right. Court acknowledges the objections, continuing by the public defender, overrules the objection. Thank you.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 2P for identification and ask you what that is.
Again, this is the bedroom upstairs, northernmost bedroom of Sonia Larson, depicting the northwest corner desk area and part of a door that was forced open by law enforcement.
All right, does that fairly and accurately show that, Investigator Manning, as you
Yes.
saw it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Let me show you what's marked State's Exhibit 2Q for identification. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the stairwell area that leads from the second floor to the third floor of apartment 113, looking down towards the downstairs half bath.
Again, does that fairly and accurately depict as you saw it back on that day?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you a series. State's Exhibit 2Y, 2X, 2W, 2B, 2U, and 2S for identification. I'm going to ask you to look at these photographs.
Would you like me to explain each one individually?
No, sir, I think in terms of all but states Exhibit 2S for identification, what room are they shown in?
All of these photographs that I have in my possession here are of the, check make sure, different areas of the downstairs living room area, which would be the first floor of apartment 113.
And who was found in that location?
Christina Powell.
And do they fairly and accurately show that as you found them back on that day?
Yes, sir.
And states Exhibit 2S for identification.
Yes, sir. Shows the back area of the victim, Christina Powell.
And you present at that time?
Yes, sir, I was.
Does that fairly and accurately depict what you saw both at the scene and at the autopsy suite?
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge states Exhibit 3A for identification and 2Z for identification. Ask you to recognize those photographs.
Yes, sir, I do.
What's shown generally in those photographs?
The wrists of Christina Powell on the first floor of apartment 113 in the living room area.
Again, do they fairly and accurately show what you saw back on August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir, they do.
States Exhibit 2R for identification. Recognize that?
Yes, sir, this is the hallway leading from the living room to the kitchen dining room area of apartment 113, which will be on the first floor.
And how about states exhibits 3E, 3D, 3C, and 3B?
Yes, sir, these are all of the kitchen area of the downstairs apartment 113 on the first floor.
Do all of those photographs in front of those five fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw them back on August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir, they do.
Now, at this time, I'm going to ask these photos that I just found go on with investigative and be admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, the agenda request is to each exhibit number that the state reading the identification number contained on the back of it prior to induction, and I would re-raise all previously made objections to these exhibits.
Our court acknowledges the objections previously raised as continuing, but the public defender overrules the objections and directs the state to, again, publish them so we can get a number that matches the record with the previous exhibits that both parties have.
States Exhibit 2P for identification is 215P-044-A.
Number 28.
States Exhibit 2Q for identification is 265.
I don't think they're objecting because of the content. I think there's something about
ME-165.
the way they're numbered or something.
Used for identification. 30.
That's why I'm confused about the
For
objection.
identification is 265P-063.
31.
QW, the state's exhibit
I put
P-060.
in my mind
32.
for spring yard because I mean sunflower
2X
seeds.
is
And it told me that my mic was muted when I
265P-011.
tried to talk.
33.
That's so cool.
State's exhibit 2Y for identification
that.
is 265P-059. 34. State's exhibit 2S for identification is ME-188. 35. 2Z for identification is 265P-007. 36. 3A for identification is 265P-008. 37. 3B for identification is 265P-034. 38. 3C for identification is 265P-147. 39. 2D for identification is 265P-027. 40. 3E for identification is 265P-012, 41. And then 2R for identification is 265P-026, 42. I want to show you some items and see if you can identify both of these. I'll show you State's Exhibit N for identification. Ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a pair of multicolored shorts or pants, cotton type material. I believe were found downstairs in the hallway between the kitchen and dining room.
Is that the same pair of pants that you found back on August 26, 1990? There in Williamsburg?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you two exhibits marked separately. State's Exhibits T and U, and ask you if you recognize those items.
Without being able to go into them, would you like me to open?
Yes. I guess.
Yeah, it's going to take something with a sharp edge.
John asked if State's Exhibit can be entered into evidence at this point as the next exhibit.
Against rejected 2 grams as well as the second.
Objections overruled.
So, that's what is it, State's Exhibit N would be,
Yes, sir.
Give me the State's Exhibit, I believe it's P for identification. I'm going to ask you to examine that and look. Yes, we may.
They made sure nobody was going to get into that, didn't they? Dang.
In pure pliers.
We're going to try a different approach.
What the heck is it? I hope it's worth it when they try to get it open.
We'll go on to something else.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you State's Exhibit K for identification. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. That is the shirt that I took off of the victim, Sonia Larson, at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Prior to being mounted in this plexiglass, had you come to our office recently and examined this shirt?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is that the same shirt that you recovered from the medical examiner's office back on August 26th or 27th?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's Ms. Larson?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that we admitted into evidence as the next number.
Objection's been stated by counsel at the bench. Objection is noted and overruled.
Be number 44. Let me show you State's Exhibit L for identification and ask if you recognize this item as well.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a shirt that was found near the body of Christina Powell downstairs in the living room area.
Is that the shirt that was recovered by the crime scene investigators at Gainesville Police Department on August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir. Myself and investigator Brad West personally collected that item.
Were you together as you were collecting this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you be admitted, State's Exhibit L for identification into evidence.
Again, over the objection of counsel, where the defendant is raised at the bench. Be admitted.
Number 45. State's Exhibit J for identification. Ask you to recognize this item.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
Actually, it's two items that we found in the crime scene that night. On the first floor, near the body of Christina Powell, we found the bra, and then at her feet, we found part of the bra strap, which appeared to connect to the same bra.
Are they both now shown on State's Exhibit J for identification?
Yes, sir, they are. Myself and Brad West collected them together.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to be admitted as the next item of evidence.
Ms. Blunt-Powell, I presume that was part of the objection.
I would include it.
All right, then the court will again admitted over the objection of counsel as stated at the bench.
Number 46. State's Exhibit H for identification. Are you familiar with what's shown on this diagram?
Yes, sir.
And is it drawn to scale, to your knowledge?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. Does it show the location and the floor plan of the apartment?
Yes, sir.
113 Williamsburg.
Yes, sir, it does.
And would it assist you in illustrating your testimony of some of these photographs?
Oh, yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit I for identification. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir, that's the downstairs area of the same apartment.
Again, does it show the general floor plan
Yes, sir.
and the relationship of rooms to each other?
Yes, sir.
And would it assist you in presenting your testimony to the jury?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'm going to ask that the witness be allowed, once I get it set up, to calm down. I may need a minute to just organize it.
Go ahead. Officer Mann, you can step down and help.
Yes, sir.
What I want to do is show you State's Exhibit number 22 in evidence. Ask you what that shows.
Again, this is the apartment directly to the east of our downstairs view of this. It does depict the general construction and layout of the rear this entrance right here, this stairway here that comes up to the back.
Okay. And although it's the one next door, would it be similar or exactly the same as the one at 113?
Yes, sir, the construction is very similar in nature, and they all appear approximately just like that. The stairway going up, leading to two doors, one apartment to one side and one apartment kitchen door to the other.
Which apartment was this?
This would be the,
As you're walking up the stairway and facing the back of the apartment, which door are we
this
referring
would
to?
be the door to the right.
Now, State's Exhibit number 16.
Yes, sir.
What's shown in State's Exhibit 16?
This is an exterior view of the door right here at gunpoint, the back kitchen door.
Now, was there anything unusual about the glass portion of this door?
Yes, sir, the pane that you see right next to the locking mechanism was broken out. I believe Officer Ray Barber attempted to gain entry to the apartment through that particular pane and window. He personally broke that pane out, reached inside to attempt to unlock the door, thinking it might be a deadbolt that he could turn, and found that it was a double key deadbolt, so he could not get in at that point.
Staying somewhat in that location, let me show you State's Exhibits 24 and 25.
Yes, sir. These are interior views of the same door. My position of photographing would have been approximately here, photographing the door from the inside.
Okay? Let me, if you would, tell the jury the condition of the door from the inside as you found it back on August 26, 1990.
When we first arrived at the scene, the door appeared to be in a locked condition that could not be opened or shut, even though there was a good amount of force attempted to open it. Later in the investigation, we realized that the door was kind of out of plumb, hanging one side. The door was actually just jammed shut, that all the locks on the door were in an unlocked condition.
Referring to specifically the chain in the location on the photograph, State's Exhibit number 25 in evidence, is that the condition of the chain at that time?
Yes, sir, it was.
And also, I think now in State's Exhibit number 24 in evidence, there is another locking mechanism toward the bottom of the door. Could you show the jury?
It's another small deadbolt type lock, which has a turn type key that's permanently affixed at the bottom.
And which door is that on the diagram, sir?
Yes, sir, this will be the rear kitchen door. kitchen area.
Now I'm going to go to State's Exhibit number 23 in evidence.
This will be the interior view, yes, sir, of this particular door right here. From the ground level of the apartments, you walk up a small flight of stairs to get to this door, which is the main entry door for this apartment. To help you understand a little bit, this apartment building is 3 stories tall. The upstairs 2 floors are like a townhouse apartment, and this being the first floor, main entry of that apartment.
When you initially walk in the front door of the building, where do you go?
You have 2 options. You can go up or down. The downstairs area, which are slightly below ground level, are 1-bedroom type flat apartments or small flat type apartments. When you go up 1/2 flight of stairs, you get to the townhouse apartments, of which there are 1 on each side of the stair.
And this site was 113?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me show you what's marked. State's Exhibit number 21. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the depicts the deceased body of Christina Powell. It was found in this location in front of the house. As you walk in the front door, that would be the first thing you saw.
On the diagram, could you show us the approximate location from which the photo is taken?
Yes, sir. I would probably stand here. Oops, excuse me. I'd probably stand right generally over in this area.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 30 in evidence.
Yes, sir. This is a slightly different view of the same, just coming from a different angle. More than likely, I was standing in this general vicinity of people taking photographs.
Now in regards to State's Exhibit number 31 in evidence.
Yes, sir. This is again in the same room, over into this corner. The chair sitting in that corner of the circle area here. And I was probably standing in the center.
Of the stair, I'm sorry, in that corner of the,
Okay, that would be the, excuse me, the southeastern corner of the living room area. Right here.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 32 in evidence and ask you to describe this photograph.
Yes, sir. That's approximately in the center of the living room floor at the head of the victim in this general area. Debris from a purse and other items of clothing and things were left in there. That general area.
Now, using State's Exhibit number 21 in evidence, if you could, is that yellow shirt that you pointed for the jury located in both photographs?
Yes, sir, it is. The photograph here depicts it from this angle at the head of the victim, and again, it's shown in this one from a different angle at the head of the victim.
All right,
at
and
the head of the, thank you.
show us where it is roughly on the diagram.
And this would be right here in this position, just towards the head of the north of the
For the north,
north side of the victim.
thank you.
Okay, I'll ask you to keep this close up. Now I want to show you State's Exhibit number 45 in evidence. If you would, Investigator Manning, is that the same shirt that you just testified about concerning the photographs?
Yes, sir, it is. Myself and Brad West together collected the shirt requested in the bed.
At the time that you recovered it, back on the 26th, did you notice any, well, first of all, let's go this way. how do you generally recover items that are laying on the floor like this?
As a crime scene investigator, one of my primary duties, our primary duties, is the preservation of all evidence. That includes minute, small trace evidence, blood evidence, hair and fiber evidence, and things of that nature. We take great care to collect these kind of items, all in a mass as they're found without disturbing, so that anything will fall off of it. So we very gingerly take these items, pick them up as found, and place them into a clean, unused paper bag to preserve any trace evidence that might fall off of them.
In reference to this item, did you know that it was somehow damaged at the time that you recovered it, even though you're picking it up gingerly?
Yes, sir. In the position it was, I could tell that the top strap areas here had been separated, that there appeared to be frayed and apart.
Okay. I want to show you now State's Exhibit number 33 in evidence and ask you if you recognize what that is.
Yes, sir. We determined that to be part of a bra strap.
Okay? Using State's Exhibit 31 and 33, if you would, could you show the jury the approximate location where that is found?
Excuse me. The bra strap is right here. This particular strap lines up with that one.
This particular strap,
Excuse me?
Lines up with that one.
maybe.
Okay. Where is that located on the diagram itself?
Both of the photographs depict an area right in here adjacent to the stairwell, which is still in the living room area.
Even though it's a little more difficult, I want to show you State's Exhibit 33 in conjunction with State's Exhibit number 30 and ask you to do the same thing.
Yes, sir. The strap is barely noticeable on the edge of the photograph, here at the corner of the section.
Now, using that photograph, which is State's Exhibit number 30 in evidence, can you show us where the rest of the bra is located?
Yes, sir, I can. Right here amongst all the debris that was dumped, apparently dumped from the purse, right in that general area.
Okay, do you have an approximate distance, Investigator Manning, of the strap that you pointed out toward the top of this photograph versus the location of the bra itself?
I'd say it was 11 or 12 foot from the bra itself.
And then using State's Exhibit 34 in conjunction with State's Exhibit 30, if you would reference the jury and I as to those two photographs.
Okay, again, this photograph depicts the downstairs living room area. These items are the items found generally in this small area, just northeast of the head of the victim.
Okay. Using State's Exhibit number 34, that particular bra, did it in fact have a portion of the strap removed when you recovered it?
Yes, sir. Upon our closer examination before moving it, it did appear that both of the straps had been removed by some kind of sharp force injury, and one of them was partially missing.
And you don't realize how great tech is until you don't have it.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit. Let's try it this way.
Because this sucks. I can't see it.
There it is, 46. If you would, tell the jury what that is.
That's
This
the
is the same
bra.
bra that we have been talking about that was found at the head of the victim. Also, it depicts the additional portion of the bra strap that was found at the feet of the victim.
Now, in looking at the bra as I'm facing it, there's another portion of the bra that looks somewhat detached.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that to the jury?
The strap on the opposite side from the one that was missing appeared to have been, again, forcibly removed by sharp force injury with just one small thread still attaching it to the bra. So it was still basically attached, but had been forced apart.
And going back then just briefly to State's Exhibit 34, then that particular piece of bra would also be shown in that photograph as well.
Yes, sir. That's it.
But it was still somewhat attached.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you recovered those items, that being Ms. Powell's shirt and her bra, were they then sent to the laboratory for analysis?
Yes, sir. Those items were collected, placed in a temporary evidence room in our department, packaged for shipment, and then sent to the different various laboratories for different forms of analysis.
Let me show you now what's marked State's Exhibit 35 in evidence and ask you what that shows.
This shows.
Where is it taken, first of all?
This particular photograph was taken at the medical examiner's office. I also saw the same injuries the day of when the body was removed. One of the things we always do is roll the body over to check for injuries. When we initially did that, we found these injuries on her back. The next day, the autopsy,
Well, I'm
we
glad
photographed things in a lot more greater detail. This photograph came from the autopsy.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Ms. Powell's back as you saw it there at the crime scene back on August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir, it does.
The location and positions of the wounds in the back.
Yes, sir.
I want to show you State's Exhibit number 36 in evidence.
Good. I've been telling you to start.
What does that show?
I believe that shows the right wrist of the victim, Christina Powell, as she laid out on the carpet at the waiting for department.
Now, why was that photograph taken, or what is significant in the photograph?
There's a approximately 2-inch wide void of any blood material or anything of that nature, which indicates that some kind of a covering was over that portion of the wrist at the time of attack. There are small.
Which wrist are we talking?
This wrist right here.
Okay.
There are small particles and residue of what appeared to be a sticky substance like glue along the edges of those two lines of demarcation, if you will, which indicate that possibly her hands were bound.
State's Exhibit number 37 in evidence.
This is the left wrist of Christina Powell, again showing the same approximately 2-inch wide lines of demarcation, void of any kind of blood or debris. Again, with some glue-like substances, which can be really clearly seen in this photograph at the top of the wrist.
And using this other photograph, if you could tell the jury which wrist we're referring to.
This would be the wrist closest to the edge.
Okay. I have just 1 minute, John. Now, let's try this one more time. Yeah, we did. State's Exhibit T for identification. Hopefully it's okay.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
This appears to be the glue-like samples that I obtained at the medical examiner's office from the wrists, which were placed into this canister by myself.
Now, on this particular item, I'm going to ask you to cover it, but the bag has some type of marking on the bag in terms of your particular number.
Yes, sir.
What's the number on that particular bag?
My identification number for the Gainesville Police Department is 265. I personally always identify every item of evidence that I collect with my ID number, the item number as I collect it, and the property control number, which is going to be placed in the property.
Now, that item is, got 265. What's the actual item number?
I-33.
So it would read 265 I-33. How about State's Exhibit 265, sorry. State's Exhibit U for identification.
Yes, sir.
What is in that container?
This is an additional sample of glue-like material which was obtained from the body of Christina Powell by myself during the autopsy proceedings.
And again, did you recover it the same way?
Yes, sir, I did.
What's the item identification number on this item?
This will be 265 I-34.
When you obtain the item, and it's obviously, you have trouble getting it open, a sealed container, you put it in the bag, and then what do?
I packaged it for shipment for FDLE by placing all the items that we're going to send in the general group into a sealed container, and they're either personally carried or taken by mail to the various laboratories that we utilize for analysis.
Okay. I'm sorry if I covered this, but these were recovered during whose autopsy? Okay. And those are
That's my recollection.
some of the substances that you've indicated in these photographs. Let's go to State's Exhibit number 42 in evidence and ask you again if you recognize that photograph.
Yes, sir, I do. This is depicts the area of the hallway between the dining room and the kitchen area and the living room of the downstairs of the apartment.
Okay.
The chair, which is indicated right here, is sitting somewhat in this corner. If you can see the indentation of the wall here, it sits in the corner right here next to the refrigerator, but on the hallway side of the refrigerator.
What is the proximity of, for instance, the bottom of Miss Powell's foot to maybe the chair located there?
Oh, probably approximately 20 feet or so.
Okay. So there's not a lot of distance in between depending on how we define block.
Yes, sir.
I want to show you State's Exhibit number 38 in evidence.
Yes, sir. This depicts the kitchen area where the refrigerator is, and the sink area right here.
Now, what type of container is that located in the picture?
Sink area, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is a stainless steel sink right here in the center of the counter.
I'm sorry, the container itself.
Yes, sir. There was a 2-liter size bottle, like Mountain Dew or some kind of a clear type beverage, soda type beverage.
Did that container have a cap on it?
No, sir, it did not.
Did you find a cap located somewhere within the apartment?
The only other cap that we did find located in the apartment was in the vicinity of the victim, Sonia Larson, Christina Powell, somewhere over, I think, next to her feet, out in the center of the room.
State's Exhibit number 39 in evidence.
Yes, sir, this would be the refrigerator. I personally opened the door to take this photograph, to photograph the contents. The refrigerator is right here in the kitchen area. It contained what appeared to be fresh groceries that someone had just recently purchased, apples, fruits, a few things of that nature.
When you first came into the apartment, and particularly when you paid attention to the kitchen area, what was the condition of the refrigerator when you first saw it?
Both doors were shut.
Was it in fact running?
Yes, sir.
How about the air conditioning within this apartment?
Yes, sir, it was running. I believe it was set on 72 or 78, I can't recall.
All right. And in fact, were any of the lights on within the apartment as you recall?
No, sir, not.
Yeah, it was August. Yeah, the AC was on. Probably 72.
Going back a minute to State's Exhibit 39 in evidence, which is the refrigerator shot,
Yes.
there is some fruit located in the refrigerator. And you know what type of fruit was located in there?
Some oranges and some apples.
Who puts apples in the fridge?
Going to State's Exhibit number 40 in evidence. What does that show?
This is the bar area of this particular kitchen area. It would be this structure right here. I was standing near the table facing towards the kitchen, photographing this side of the bar.
Okay. Now, located within the basket area on the counter, what items are located there?
There were some bananas there, pretty well ripened, just starting to brown spot.
I'm also going to try and get you to reference that same container that you spoke of earlier, which is located on the kitchen counter. Can you see that located in this particular photograph?
Almost out of the field of view, over to the top left-hand corner of the photograph, you can see the mountable bottom.
And then State's
Yeah,
Exhibit
I'm not
number
doing that one.
41 in evidence.
I probably wouldn't have done this one if I realized how long it was before
What's
I
shown in
said,
that
yeah,
photograph?
I'm going to do Danny
This is a
Rolling.
photograph of the kitchen counter area, directly next to the sink, and this general area right here at that corner. Right here at that corner. I was standing right out here in the middle of the floor. It depicts again the Mountain Dew bottle and several of the tissue type paper towels that we found strung throughout the apartment.
Okay. And then using that as a backdrop against State's Exhibit 38 in evidence, is that same model located there in the same paper towels?
Yes, sir, the paper towels and bottles are right here in this general area at the corner of that photo.
And did you in fact recover the paper towels located there?
I personally, along with the assistance of Brad West, collected those items.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. I'll show you one more here. State's Exhibit 14 in evidence.
Yes, sir.
And what does that show?
This is the exterior ground floor front door of apartment 113, right here in this general vicinity. I was standing on the platform directly in front of the door.
I wanted to do him too. Because I wanted to see Jackson in action as a prosecutor. I might still do him when there's no other
Shift
trials
gears here
going
and
on,
go to
like
State's Exhibit H for
real-time
identification.
trials going on, if that's possible.
Describe basically the upstairs portion, if you would, briefly for us.
As we explained earlier, this is a three-story building. This would be the uppermost floor over apartment 113. It would be the bedroom living area of the apartment. It's separated by a stairwell and full bath with a bedroom on both the north and south ends of the apartment.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit number 29 in evidence, if you would reference the photograph. Can you see it?
Okay. This would be the stairwell area right here. This general area. Myself standing on the landing, photographing down towards the bathroom.
Okay, and which direction would the living room be in the photograph?
To the right,
And what would be to the left?
the kitchen.
All right, State's Exhibits 17 and 18, if you would.
Okay, these pictures depict the third floor emergency type exit entryway for the bedroom, which would be Sonia Larson's bedroom, which would be, excuse me, a second. this particular door right here.
Okay?
One of the views is from outside looking towards the door. One of the views is from inside standing here looking towards the door. This is the door that Officer Barber, the only way that he found to gain entry to the apartment, he personally forced that door in. This is the same door that he and I used exclusively to go in and out of the apartment when we checked the apartment.
And did you continue to use it as you processed the scene?
Yes, sir, we did.
State's exhibit number 18 in particular, in the background of that photograph, what is shown?
Just very small amount of showing the victim, Sonia Larson, laying on the water.
Now, state's exhibit number 19.
Again, this is a back further wider view of the same
Yeah,
door that we've been discussing.
made me sick the way he just
Okay, now there, in this photograph, there's
Rattled
some
off
sort
the
of shelving
details, like-
located there.
Yes, sir, just to the right of the
like
door.
rattling off the shopping list or something.
This wood structure right here is a portable shelving unit which sits right here.
And showing you state's exhibit number 28.
Yes, sir. This is a overall view of this table area, which also does depict a little bit of this shelving area right here in the corner. And for part of the water bed that Sonia Larson found.
Now, in this photograph, is there something located on the top shelf of that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
If you're referring to the small bookshelf area here, that would be a bra that was found appeared to have been neatly placed across the books on the top of the shelf.
Now, is that also the same shelving area that's located on state's exhibit number 19?
Yes, sir, it is, and the same procedure is also indicated there on the top shelf.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit number 26 in evidence.
This is an overall view of the victim, Sonia Larson, as she was positioned on the waterbed in the upstairs northern west bedroom.
Okay, where is that photograph, the position that it's taken from on the diagram itself?
This is the general area of the victim. The photograph was taken from approximately the closet door right here.
Down in the lower portion of the photograph, this particular item here. Yes, sir. This whole item, what is that?
That's the second half of the waterbed sheet, waterbed type sheet.
Okay. And is that how you found it that day?
Yes, sir.
In that position?
Yes, sir.
Also, on this particular photograph, 26, there's a bag located to the right-hand side of that photograph as you're looking at it.
This is back here.
Yes, sir. Generally, do you know what was contained in that bag?
Most of the clothing items.
For an state's exhibit number 20 in evidence, what does that show?
Again, victim Sonia Larson taken from a slightly different view. One of the ways we like to photograph things is from what we call a 360 panoramic view. We'll go all the way around and photograph every angle that we can. This particular photograph, I would have been standing out here in the center of the room photographing.
Now, again, is the waterbed sheet that you referred to in this earlier photograph, is it shown there?
Yes, sir, right at her left foot,
And the bag of clothing?
just above her left knee.
I noticed to the right-hand portion, as you're looking at it, this photograph, there's another item that wasn't depicted. What is that?
Right up against the closet door, which was turned more in the fashion to come all the way down against this wall, appeared to be a pair of earrings.
And finally, state's exhibit number 27 in evidence. Could you describe that for us?
Yes, sir, this is the victim again, Sonia Larson, laying on a waterbed. This photograph was taken from over here, close as we can get to this wall, towards the left side of her body.
Now, in this photograph, Ms. Larson appears to have some clothing item on.
Yes, sir. The shirt that we had seen a little bit earlier is the one that was pulled up around her neck.
And is that the way you found it back on that day?
Yes, sir. Had not been disturbed.
Could you tell how the shirt got in that position?
It could happen several different ways. My particular theory on this.
No, we'll save it. Just a moment, please, Ron.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, using these two photographs, I'm going to ask you about that shirt again and see if you could tell based upon both of these photographs, not just the one, State's Exhibit number 20, and then State's Exhibit number 27, if you could tell how the shirt got in that position.
Your Honor, I would object. I believe that calls for speculation on the part of this witness.
The fact that of the blood being located in State's Exhibit 20, show us that.
Yes, sir.
The location there.
The major portion of blood patterning on this particular bed is up here at her head, a good 2 to 3 foot above where the position of her body is found. There are indications in the blood as if some kind of an object was drugged from one position down to the foot of the bed after the injury was sustained.
Just a moment. I'd ask Officer Manning to take a seat for just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Officer Manning.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer State's Exhibit for identification to T and U and proffer them into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
Yes, that's to me. This is T and U.
Yes, it is.
The objection would be appropriate values and appropriate. The appropriate values outweighed by the prejudice. The witnesses testified as to what this is. I believe that it's also, well, that would make it duplicitous. That would make it duplicitous. So,
Overruled. It's admitted.
Exhibit T,
See? Yes.
that would be 47. State's Exhibit U, be 48.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that these additional photographs that had not been previously published to the jury be published again at this time.
May do.
State's Exhibit 44 in evidence, investigator Manning. I think you earlier identified this. Could you tell the jury what it is?
This again is the shirt I personally removed from the body of Sonia Larson at the medical examiner's office.
Is it generally the same condition as when you removed it?
Yes, sir.
Are there any unusual characteristics on the shirt itself?
There are multiple indications of sharp force injury.
What I'd like to do is, so you don't have to get off the stand if I could, Your Honor,
Sure. Put it in.
is just, if you would show the jury what you're referring to again with our laser pointer.
Yes, sir. These areas here appear to have sharp force incised type injury, no fraying of the tears or cuts. It appears to be a cutting type injury to all these areas of the shirt that are damaged.
And autopsies making some of these photographs yours already viewed, are they somewhat consistent with the location of some of the wounds on her body?
Yes, sir. One of the things that I did prior to removing the shirt is pull it down back onto the body. All of these injury areas lined up approximately with injuries that were sustained by the body.
Now, if I could, at this one, just publish it. Just 1 minute. No further questions.
Any cross?
No question, please.
Thank you. Mr. Manning, you're excused for step.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask this witness to remain Would you state your name, please, sir?
My name is Bradley Allen West.
Where are you employed?
Presently, I'm employed at Alachua General Hospital as a security officer.
Where were you employed back in August of 1990?
I was employed by the Gainesville Police Department as a criminalistics investigator in the criminalistics section.
And going back to August of 1990, how long had you been an officer with the Gainesville Police Department?
Approximately 17 years.
And how long had you been in the criminalistics section?
Approximately 4.5 years.
Did you have occasion to respond to a Williamsburg apartment number 113 on August 26, 1990?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh my
And was
God.
that in conjunction with your duties and responsibilities with the Gainesville Police Department?
Yes, sir, it was.
Oh my
When
God.
you responded to the scene, did you in fact work the crime scene at the
Next
Williamsburg
time I feel
apartment
bad
number
about myself,
113?
I'm going to remember
Yes, sir, I
this.
did.
And in addition to, did you take some photographs and collect items and do various things
Thank
concerning
you.
crime scene work?
Yes, sir.
In reference to, if I could, our picture, I want to show you a couple of
I'm now
photos
that I
here
talk too much.
that have been introduced into evidence already. State's Exhibit 16 in evidence. Do you recognize that photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
What does that show?
This photograph shows the rear door, which leads into the dining room from the second floor landing. Shows the condition of the window and the door frame and the door jamb.
Okay. Did you find out how the window had been broken at that location
Yes, I did.
and how that had been done?
Officer Barber advised me that he had to break that window in an attempt to open that door that he believed to be locked.
As part of your crime scene investigation, did you in fact try and ultimately find the point of entry to this apartment?
Yes, sir, I
The
did.
illegal point of entry, if you will.
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you go about doing that?
By examining the interiors of all the doors and the positions of the locks, I determined that this door was the only door that was in an unlocked condition. All the other doors that led into the apartment had their night chains in place along with the deadbolt locks in place.
Okay, and we've seen various photographs showing these night chains in place that you and others took at the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
And this was the only door that did not have that.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you in a minute about the door, but let's talk about windows around the apartment. Did you also check windows around the apartment?
Yes, I did.
And based upon your examination, did you determine whether or not a window had been a point of entry?
I concluded that entry had not been gained through any of the windows into the apartment.
Okay. How did you do that?
By examining the condition of the screens, the conditions of the window frames, and dirt and debris on the outside of the windowsills and along the window frames.
And basically, what did you find when you examined the windows, the sills, and the frames?
I found no disturbance of any of the debris or any of the dirt. There was one window that that did not have a screen on it. But I was able to conclude that no one had entered through that window.
All right, let's talk a little bit about this door as well then. I want to show you again, state's exhibits. These have been introduced into evidence 24 and 25.
Why does that matter?
What do they generally show?
These two photographs show the inside of that door from the dining room side. It also shows the condition of the window blinds and the night chain lock.
And is that the condition that you saw it in back on August 26, 1990, when you're conducting your investigation?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, as a result of your investigation, did you take some additional photos or others of this particular door?
Yes, sir, I did.
In trying to determine whether or not they were open? I want to show you 5 photographs dealing with that location. First of all, State's Exhibit LL for identification, which is 250P-22. And then State's Exhibit 2K for identification, which is 265P-018. 250P-020, which is 2J for identification. 2H, 250P-043, and then 2G, which is 250P-044. I'm going to ask you to examine those photographs and see if you recognize them.
Yes, sir, I do.
What's generally shown in those photographs, Investigator Weston?
Generally, what is shown in these photographs are the conditions of the doors, the door and the door frame and the lock as I found them.
Okay. Now, which door are we speaking of?
Again, we're speaking of what I call the point of entry, which is the dining room rear door.
Okay, did they fairly and accurately depict either what you found at the scene or to illustrate a particular point that you were trying to show?
Yes, they do.
At this time, I'd ask that these 5 photographs be admitted into evidence as the next State's exhibits.
Reject on the basis of relevance. This is.
Did you work on this particular door on Sunday, August 26th?
I made my preliminary investigation and examination of that door on that night. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to go back subsequently to that particular door to conduct further investigation?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. When did you do that?
Monday morning, the following day.
All right, and what did you do?
Which day, sir?
The 27th, sorry.
Sunday?
No, Monday.
Monday. On Monday, I examined the conditions of the locks to determine if the either key bolt lock or the turnbuckle bolt lock was either in a locked position or an unlocked position.
Now, you'd already seen from the inside those photos already that the chain and the other locks were not engaged, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that the door was locked on that occasion?
Yes, sir, it did.
Okay, how did you determine that? This is now on Sunday, the 26th.
On Sunday, prior to sealing the scene and leaving it, I gained access to the key to the apartment. I inserted the key into the deadbolt double-sided key lock and attempted to unlock that lock. The key did not turn, which told me that the lock was unlocked. I then rotated the key to the right-hand side, which would be in a normal position to move it, to lock it, and that lock did lock at that time.
Okay, did you attempt to open that door?
No, sir, I did not at that time.
All right, and you came back the next day.
Yes, sir.
What did you do the next day?
On that next day, I then conducted the examination of the lower turn button door bolt lock to determine whether that was in a locked or an unlocked position. Upon examining it, I found that that bolt was also in an unlocked position.
Okay, so all the locks appeared to be in an unlocked position.
All the locks were in an unlocked position, sir.
Okay, what did you do then? Did you attempt to open the door?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you do that?
Grabbing a hold of the doorknob from the outside, using ordinary normal pressure, I attempted to open the door.
And were you successful?
No, sir, not at the first time.
Okay.
I pulled on it several more times, stepped back.
How hard did you pull on the door?
Each time I pulled on a little harder, increasing the pressure.
Okay.
I realized that the door was not going to open in a normal manner. I stepped back and I took a look at it, examining the top sill and relation to the frame and the door itself. I saw that the door or the frame was warped. I stepped back up to the doorknob, lifted up on the doorknob, turning it to open it, and with some force, I was able to open it.
Okay. Ask the witness to come down here and show exhibit to illustrate these photographs. If you'd come down, Wes. What I'd like to do is if you would stand on that side, please, sir, and I'll hold up some photographs. I want to make sure we don't cut some folks off here. Let me show you State's Exhibits 52 and 53.
Yes, sir.
Okay? What's shown in these photographs?
These two photographs show a close-up of the door frame and the door itself. This is the hinge showing the door opens from the left to right. This shows the warpage distance between the door sill and the door itself, and continuing on to where it is in the proper position.
Okay, and was this part of the explanation as to why the door would not open for you when you initially pulled on it several times?
Yes, sir.
I'm confused as to how the cops had trouble getting in, but he
I'll
got
show
in
you
now.
now, State's Exhibits 49, 50,
Not that
and
it
51.
matters.
Let's start with State's
He
Exhibit
did get in.
49.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is shown in that photograph?
In this photograph, what you're seeing is the conditions of the door lock, deadbolt, top side, and the doorknob. It shows the face of the door. It also shows the damage that is existing there, along with a scale.
Now, when you say the damage that's existing there, what are you referring to?
In here, you can see where what appears to be fresh damage right along in this area, and there appears to be some damage to the wood face just above the deadbolt lock.
Okay. I'll show you now, State's Exhibit 50,
Yes, sir.
okay?
This photograph shows the relationship of the door, the deadbolt lock, and the door frame when the door is in a closed position. This photograph also shows damage to the door frame edge and the damage to the door itself.
What types of marks are these on the door?
Those are common pry marks, sir.
Okay, did they appear, based upon your investigation, to be fresh pry marks?
Yes, sir, they did.
And what led you to believe that they were fresh pry marks, if you would?
In examining the torn wood, I looked for accumulation of dust, dirt, debris, spider webs, discoloration of the wood. When wood is torn and it is been exposed to the air, it changes color. This torn wood appeared to be extremely fresh.
Okay, and then
Oh, yeah,
now again,
definitely.
as the State's Exhibit
Photos
number
back then.
51,
Yes, sir.
okay?
This is an interior shot of the door frame itself. This shows the door, the lock plates. It also shows your damage to your wood that corresponds with the damage that was on the door, and this also shows a scale.
Okay. Okay, sir, if you would have a seat again, please. Now, as a result of your investigation, did you do anything else in reference to this door?
Yes, sir, we did.
What did you do?
I removed the door set, the section of the door which covered the damage to the door along with the door locks, and I also removed the section of the door frame that covered the damage to the frame along with the faceplates.
Okay, and what was your purpose in doing that?
To preserve that for later examination, tool examination.
And did you in fact send it to the laboratory in Jacksonville for such an examination?
Yes, sir, I did.
All that was just to prove there were tool marks from the screwdriver that he shoplifted from Walmart. I fail to understand why that's important for the penalty phase. I guess they have to be just as thorough as they would in a regular trial, though.
I want to show you this item. It's one bag. Do you recognize the front of the bag?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my
Let's start with this one. State's Exhibit Q for identification, and ask you to examine this item.
the bag and the item.
Yeah, open the inside. Actually, this item. Okay,
Yes, sir.
what is it?
This is item I-59. This is the jam face and strike plate that I removed from the point of entry.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'm going to ask that this item be admitted into evidence. Actually, I'm going to wait until I look at all of them, and I'll do it at that time. How about State's Exhibit R for identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
This is the item 60. This is the frame face that I removed from the point of entry.
and this is at the same apartment we've been referring to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next item.
I thought this was a lot further than it was. When I looked on the website and saw all the different parts, I was like, what?
Yes, sir.
This would be,
A
Item
lot
number
longer than I thought it
61.
was.
This is a section of the door along with the deadbolt lock.
this would be State's Exhibit S for identification. Okay, and in each instance, you recovered it from that location and sent it to the lab?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, these items, do they contain the same markings that were shown in these photographs, the same areas?
Yes, sir, they
I
do.
think you referred to earlier as pry tool marks.
Yes, sir.
Are they shown on these?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that each item be introduced into evidence as the next numbers.
Just renewing the objection of relevance.
Thank State's Exhibit Q for identification.
I hate hearing the evidence back.
State's Exhibit R for identification. Acceptance 55.
It's just so weird to me how after they caught him, I never gave him a second thought until I was older. It was just, oh good, they caught him.
No, what
So
I ask of the court is that the witness be able to come down and publish to the jury by showing them where the marks are on the item itself. I'm going to do it in two separate locations, if I could. First of all, here, and then we'll do the exact same. Just point to the locations.
What do you want me to point
The
to?
pry markings.
Here's one mark right here, and there's a mark on this side. This shows the strike plate and the frame face.
Okay. And down here, same thing. Just do it instant replay.
This again is the frame face with the strike plate, and this shows your pry marks and a mark there.
And now with State's Exhibit 55,
Yes, sir.
we could do kind of the same sort of thing here.
This piece is the frame of the door itself, and this shows the pry marks that I found on it.
Okay. And down here.
Pry marks that I found on this door jamb frame.
And finally, State's Exhibit 56.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that have any markings on it?
Just the markings that are along
Well,
with
you need to talk to these folks.
this section. This is the section of the door showing the deadbolt lock, and we've got markings here. Appear to be pry marks.
All right. And down here.
What appear to be pry marks right along in this area.
Yes, sir.
I watched Jensen's retrial, and I don't think the prosecution proved their case, but I still think he did it. So I think the jury got it right. I don't think they should ever retried him. I think they got it right the first time. They should just left him alone, let him rot in jail.
I want to show you what's marked State's Exhibit D for identification and ask you if you would examine that item and see if you recognize it.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It is a blue 8.5 by approximately 10-inch file folder.
Okay, where did you recover it from?
I recovered it from the second floor bedroom where the second victim was found.
Now, I'm going to show you what's marked State's Exhibit number 19 in evidence and ask you if that item is shown in that photograph.
Yes, sir, it is.
I'm just going to kind of hold it up for the jury and hopefully they can get an idea where that is.
This item was right here on the second shelf of the bookshelf that was next to the wall.
Okay, and that would be Ms. Larson's bedroom,
I believe it was Miss Larson's bedroom.
at least where she was found.
Yes, sir.
Just 1 minute, please.
She wrote a letter saying, if anything happens to me, Mark did it. And they've used letters like that in other trials. So I don't know why they decided that that was unfair. But you can't cross-examine a letter. Well, then they should overturn all the cases where a letter has been used, because that's been used more than once. So, I don't know, but
Going back just a
I think
minute to that
it
door
came out right.
point of entry that we've been speaking of,
Yes, sir.
is that on the ground floor?
No, sir. That's on the second floor.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit 22 in evidence. Does that give us an idea where that door is located?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, holding it up, could you show me whereabouts the door that we're speaking of?
This is showing the rear of that apartment complex, and this is showing the staircase and the porch or landing. And that particular door that we're speaking of is on this side of the staircase landing.
That would be the right side as you're looking at it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that these new photographs be published at this point. That would be,
I don't get it.
49.
I don't get what women see in these men. That's disgusting. Why would you want to be with a man
Judge, that's all the questions I would have.
that sees a woman as nothing but a plaything to
I'd
destroy?
ask that you be
And
excused.
Thank you.
I just don't get it. I
State your name,
ugh,
please.
James
just don't
Ward,
get it.
Where are you employed?
City of Gainesville Police Department,
And how long have you been with the Gainesville Police Department?
23 years.
Back in 1990, what assignment did you have with the Gainesville Police Department?
I was assigned to the crime scene division,
Okay, and how long have you been a crime scene investigator?
approximately 9 years.
Okay. Did you respond to a crime scene at Williamsburg Apartments on August 26, 1990?
Yes, I did.
And did you assist a lot of other officers in working that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
In addition to yourself, what other officers were involved in just the crime scene investigation?
Investigator Brad West, Investigator Gary Manning, and Investigator Robert Fowler.
And were there certain divisions of responsibilities at the crime scene?
Yes, there were.
And in particular, what area of the crime scene did you work?
The upstairs apartment.
Okay. In regard to that investigation, did you collect certain items of evidence?
Yes, I did.
All right, I want to show a couple of them to you here in just a minute. First of all, let me show you what's marked State's Exhibit P for identification, and ask you to examine, see if you recognize it.
I recognize the evidence tape I placed on this bag and my initials here. And this is my writing here.
Here meaning what's shown there.
This is 243, which is my badge number. This is item number 12 that I collected, which is a bra.
All right. Now, if you look inside that item, did you collect this item, Investigator Ward?
Oh, yes, I did.
Okay, and is that the same one that you collected from the apartment that day?
Yes.
I want to show you what's marked State's Exhibit 28 in evidence and ask you if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Does the photo in fact show where that bra was collected, where you collected that bra from?
Yes, right here.
I'm sorry, what? Does she know what marriage means? That is the most ridiculous. I've seen a lot of ridiculous things in my life, but I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'll marry you because you're behind bars, but if you ever get out, what the heck? What the heck? That's ridiculous. Now, the Menendez brothers, I see them differently because I think that, yes, they did wrong. Yes, they should have been punished. I don't think they still need to be in jail. I think that what they did, they felt like that was their only way out. I don't think they'll ever kill again. But people like Bundy and Danny Rolling and Dahmer and who, you know, all those guys, Ed Kemper, they're sick. I don't think any woman, I mean, Bundy got married during his trial. I don't understand that. Not only are they see women differently than normal men do, and they're locked up. What is the benefit of marrying somebody like that? It's just bizarre. It freaking blows my mind.
You show it again?
Right here, laying across the top of this bookcase.
Talk to them.
It's laying across the top of the bookcase here.
Okay. When you collected it, did it appear visually to your eye as if there had been any damage to the bra itself?
No.
The night stopper. That's the sickness food.
I'd ask if the
Yeah, Carol Boone.
to the P for identification.
I hope they changed that law after that happened.
Accepted as states 57.
I'm going to show you now, State's Exhibit W for identification. Ask you if you recognize this item.
Yes, I do. This is my handwriting here, 243, which is my badge number. This is item number 11 that I collected. And this is a UCLA gray t-shirt. And here again, my initials are on the evidence seal, both back and front.
Okay, would you examine the item?
Yes, this is the item I collected.
Okay, and why did you collect it?
It had some substance on it, in this area here, that appeared to be possible blood.
Okay. And where did you collect it from?
This was in a basket with some clothes in it, or a bag with some clothes in it in the upstairs apartment.
What I'd like to do is show you State's Exhibit 26 and point out, could this witness come down for just a moment? And point out where you found that item, if you would. I'm going to do it twice. We'll stand on that side and show the jury where in fact you found that item.
Here in this.
I was confused as to why it was having people step down, but I get it now because they don't have a great
Do it
big
again.
screen with a computer.
Reach down and watch those boards.
You have to do that so the jury can see the exhibits.
Top of this bag.
Oh, what a difference
All right,
30
this
years.
time I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit W for identification into evidence.
Impact the side outlays for the value that outweighs property values.
Accepting your own.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yep.
The W is accepted with states 58.
This time, if I could, just by moving the items up, I'd like to publish them to the jury. First, State's Exhibit number 57, the evidence. And now, State's Exhibit number 58. Let me go to 58 for just a minute. You pointed to some areas where there appeared to be blood, as you said. Now, located at these locations now, there appear to be some damage to the article.
Correct.
Do you know what that's from?
It is probably from the laboratory cutting samples from the back here in this corner.
Is that the same location in which you saw the substance that appeared to be blood?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think it was Tracy Pauls who said, "You're the one, aren't you?" She was the last victim, so by the time he got to her, everybody knew there was a serial killer. And everybody started going back home from the university and the community college.
State your name, please,
Stephen Kramig,
and where are you employed?
Gainesville Police Department.
I moved back home.
And back in August of 1990,
I was
what
still
assignment
working in
did you have?
Gainesville, and I can't
Assigned to
remember if
Criminal
I.
Investigations Division.
how long had you been with the Gainesville Police Department?
I'm in my 15th year, but I've been in investigations 12 at that time.
I can't remember if I was going to
Were
school
you
that semester or not.
assigned to the investigation of the Williamsburg apartment crime scene involving Sonia Larson and Christine Powell?
I was.
I was a nursing assistant. I think I was taking prereqs from
Yes, I
nursing
was.
school.
As a result of that, as well as other homicides, did you become involved in what was known as the Gainesville Student Homicide Task Force?
I did.
And have you continued to work with the task force from August of 1990 until today?
I have.
Now, I show you, if I can read it. I think it's G for identification. And ask you if you recognize that item.
I did.
What is it?
It's a chart that was constructed by Martin Schnook of basically a timeline of events surrounding the Williamsburg event.
And were you used and helped to at least generate the data that's contained on that physical chart?
That's correct.
Okay? I want to talk to you about a couple of items on here. Let's first of all talk about some phone calls that were made. Did you have occasion to be involved in the investigation about these phone calls that were made on August 23rd?
I was.
Essentially, in terms of these phone calls, who was called?
The parents of Powell, there was an attempt there. The parents of Larson were called,
Some other friends?
friends.
Did you in fact interview one of those friends in the other case?
I did.
And who was he in relation to Ms. Powell and Ms. Larson?
Well, he was Sonia Larson's boyfriend at the time.
Okay. And when your interview with Mr. Ocasio, did he tell you about a conversation that happened on August 23rd?
Yes, he did.
And without telling me the specifics of the conversation, could you tell about what time it was?
Yes, he
those
could.
Conversations occurred.
Yes, good.
And when was that?
Approximately 5 minutes after 11 on the 23rd, Thursday, August 9th.
Okay. And who did he talk
He talked to both girls, actually.
to? Was the substance of the conversation, everything appeared to be okay? Is that what he related to? What did he relate to?
Generalizations about school. He had been accepted for football scholarship in Tennessee, and they just general.
Oh, I knew.
Again, we're going to the time. All right, so
Time to establish contents of it.
all right. Let's go on to the next entry on time, August 24th. You familiar with that item?
I am.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Rowland and Bobby Lewis were spoken to on January 31st and February 4th of 1993?
I was.
During the course of that statement, did Mr. Rowland tell you approximately what time he entered this apartment?
He did.
And is that located on the timeline?
At this time, we'd like to review our objection based on the hearings to report previously.
Objection to that, same ruling as previous.
Okay.
In both interviews that I was present, he told us he entered at approximately 3 a.m. in the morning.
I want to show you what's in evidence, the state's exhibit number 15. And ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
What is it?
That's the letters that was on the front door of the apartment at 113 Williamsburg.
Okay. And did you do some investigation concerning who in fact wrote the upper portion of those letters or those notes?
The sister of Christina Powell.
And what was the purpose of the notes?
On a prearranged arrangement to deliver furniture, she had traveled down here on Saturday to deliver the furniture and found no one home, and subsequently put notes on the door.
Talking about the Ashley Benefield trial, and this is pure speculation, this is just my opinion, but yeah, I think the prosecutors were horrible, the way they treated her. And yes, I know that they thought that she murdered him in cold blood. I'm not saying that prosecutors should baby the defendant. But I mean, they were literally like taunting her. They had her come down off the stand and do what he did. And she's like, well, what did he do? Tell me, show me, what did he do? What did he do? And that was just like so inappropriate and so unprofessional. But her reaction, her physical reaction, the shaking, the crying with no tears, that's a thing. Now, it's not like Amber Heard. Amber Heard crying with no tears, that was her trying to cry and she just couldn't. That was acting. Ashley had a physical reaction. That was a real physical reaction, that shaking. And when they excused the jury, when they gave her a minute to like calm down, she was still shaking. She was still sobbing, even though there were no tears. It didn't just turn off when the jury left the room. It took her minutes to calm down and get back to normal. It didn't just turn off. That was a real reaction. And despite all the crap she'd pulled on him, I think there were things on both sides. And she may have at one time been manipulative and tried to take his child out of his life. But I think at that moment in time, she was in fear for her life, despite anything she had done in the past. But I think the reason why it ended up the way that it did, I think bad jury instructions. Again, kind of like with the Karen Reed thing, bad jury instructions. I don't think, because, I mean, the verdict came in like at almost midnight. I was in bed. Because they came out and said they couldn't decide. I thought they were going home. I thought the judge told them to go home and come back tomorrow. So I thought they were hung. I went to bed, and then I get a text that there's a verdict. So then I got up and had to stream the verdict at like midnight. No one told. Oh, there were tears? Oh, I didn't see any tears. Okay. Because the prosecution kept saying there were no tears. But I think the judge should have explained to them, if you can't make a decision today, you can go home and come back tomorrow. This doesn't have to all be done in one day. And I don't think they understood that. I think people that are involved in the court system and people like us that watch trials all the time, we realize that. But maybe someone that's called to jury duty and is not familiar with the process doesn't know that they can go home at 5 or 6 and then come back the next day and start deliberations over again. And I honestly think that's what happened. I think that they did it just so they made a compromise to a lower charge so they wouldn't have to come back the next day. I honestly believe that's what happened. And if that's what happened, it's really, really sad. I think that verdict deserved a lot more deliberation than it got. Yeah, I guess it's probably easier to see it in person than on camera. Everything about Darrell Brooks was fake. Even, like, all of his outrage and everything with him was fake. All of that was just to put on a show. He just wanted attention.
Anything was eaten at Williamsburg Apartments by Mr. Roll.
Yes, bananas and apples.
Okay.
You'll let the record reflect continuing objection to references to statements from the public defender. Objections overruled.
I want to show you a couple of items, actually photograph State's Exhibit number 39 and then State's Exhibit number 40, and ask you as part of the investigations, did you in fact verify whether or not those particular items were contained within the apartment?
We did.
Okay. Showing you first State's Exhibit number 39.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I could hold this up, what does that show?
It shows apples in the refrigerator right in the lower right-hand corner.
And how about State's Exhibit number 40?
And once again, in the upper right-hand corner, there's some bananas in the basket right here.
Okay. Was Mr. Rolling's semen also found within the apartment?
Yes, sir.
How many locations was it found?
2.
Where?
On a pair of white cotton panties located next to the foot of Christina Powell in the living room, and on some paper towels in the kitchen area on the sink.
Okay, all right, I'd ask that the witness come down and look at these two photos. First, in reference to State's Exhibit number 21, you stand on that side for me. What does that show?
This is,
You have to keep your voice up.
white cotton panties, put it to St. Powell, which semen was located later identified.
Okay? And if you just show
Right here. These are the panties, but
and one more. Okay? Now, in reference to State's Exhibit number 41, showing some other items. Okay?
this series of paper towels right here. Semen located on here, identified by the Regional Crime Laboratory in Jacksonville, belonging to the defendant.
If you just point that out as we go down there. And one more. Showing you State's Exhibit B for identification of Expando file, directing your attentions to several receipts. Do you know whether or not where those receipts came from?
I don't know the exact location, but in the kitchen counter, I think, on some of these
Okay.
2 here in particular.
Now, what are those two items?
One is a receipt from a Publix store at Butler Plaza.
And what is the other?
The other one's from a Walmart store located in the very same area of Butler Plaza.
And were they part of the investigation and part of the items that were found within the apartment when Ms. Powell and Ms. Larson were initially found?
Yes.
In regards to the dates of those items, what are the dates of the items, the receipts?
On the Publix receipt, it's 8/23/90, and it's got a time of 7:22 p.m.
Okay, and how about the other one, if it has a date?
It does also 8/23/90. It's 18:07. It's military time, and that's 7 minutes after 6 in the p.m.
Your Honor, I'd like to ask that these two items of that, what was in this original, reference to this one.
I don't know if they really rebuilt a bunch of the stores, and they're still in the same little area but moved around. I think the Publix is the same
Your
Publix.
Honor, accepted is State 59.
Sure.
Your Honor, the council wants those two receipts marked Saturday or fine, whichever way.
My understanding is not there.
That's correct. Okay, in reference to the public receipt, which you've already testified as to the date and time, is there any fruit listed on that receipt?
Yes, it has both apples and bananas and other various grapes,
Okay.
various fruits.
On State's Exhibit number 59B, generally, that is a receipt from Walmart. What is the general contents of that?
It's just houseware items, wall clock, tissue like for your bathroom, a shower curtain, a shower caddy is type general start up your apartment type of thing.
All right. Just a moment, please, John.
I worked at Hand Hospital, which is on the U.S. campus.
John, I have no other questions at this point in time.
I worked there for 5 years, and I hated it. When I got off work and I tried to go to Walmart, I did it before fall semester. That place was so packed, you couldn't even hardly walk. I mean, there were so many college kids in there trying to get stuff for their dorms and everything. It was, I mean, you to get like a couple items, you'd be in there for 2 hours. It was ridiculous. And then they built us
State your full name, please.
a new giant super Walmart. And I don't go now that I don't have to, right before fall semester. I'm like, oh no. College kids are back. We don't go in there this time of year.
Yeah. State your full name, please.
Albert J. Hoover
Mr. Hoover, where do you reside?
at 3533 Southwest 24th Avenue, Gainesville.
And how long have you resided there, sir?
About 13 years.
Is that is that an area where there are is a residential home, or is that a series of apartments or duplexes?
It's duplexes.
And how many duplexes are there?
Well, there are 4 duplexes and 2 triplexes.
Are you the owner?
Yes,
And in particular, back in August of 1990, were you not only the owner, but did you serve as the manager?
yes,
Do you live on the property where the duplexes are located?
yes,
And did you then?
yes,
Did you know Krista Hoyt?
yes,
Was she a tenant?
yes.
And what in particular was the address of Krista Hoyt when she served as your tenant? By that I mean, which building at that address?
She lived in apartment M.
M?
M.
Yeah, approach the witness, John.
I'm going to show you now, sir, what's been marked for identification purposes as Exhibit PPP, a photograph bearing number 116-003. I want to ask you if you can tell me what that is.
That's apartment M.
Is that the way in which it appeared in August of 1990?
Yes, it is.
And if you will, these steps, they lead up to the front door. That front door, is that the front door of the M apartment in which Ms. White resided?
Yeah,
I lived one street over from her. I did not know that till this minute. I lived on 20th and she lived on 24th. And there were woods right behind my apartment and he camped out in the woods.
I'm going to show you some additional
There's
photographs.
no woods there now. There's
And
another
ask you if you
apartment
can
complex
recognize
now.
the photographs. I'm showing you first that which has been marked as for identification purposes as states QQQ, bearing number 116008.
yeah.
And what is that?
And it was even scarier. I might have already told y'all this, but the way the apartments were built, there was apartment on the front, apartments on the back. But the woods were in the back. The parking spaces were in front. My apartment was on the back by the woods. So I had to park in front and then walk around to the back where the woods were to enter my apartment that way. And I don't know why I let them put me in that apartment, because even before him, I was scared to death every time I had to go in my apartment that way by those woods. And I honestly can't remember when I actually moved home because I was scared of the woods even before I heard about him. So I don't really know the exact time that I moved back home. It could have even been before him because I was terrified. And then it just got worse when I found out about him. But I was at work and Good Morning America came on and they were talking about the serial killer in Gainesville, Florida. And I was like, oh crap. Like when it's on Good Morning America, you know it's bad. Because little bitty Gainesville, like you never heard anything about Gainesville on the news. And now I think, take that back. It had been voted one of the safest cities in the country to live in. And then this happened right after that. But now it's back on the list of safe cities again. I love Gainesville, but I don't ever want to live there. But I go there all the time for stuff. But yeah, I think it's overcome this whole thing, and I think it's considered safe again now.
That's a back view of my complex from the adjoining complex, and it's the corner of apartment M.
It's a what?
The corner.
And I'm going to ask you, even though I'm standing up here, if you would speak as if you were speaking to that gentleman in the far corner.
That's the back corner of apartment M's, sort of backyard, little backyard there.
Now, I also want to show you what's been marked as for identification purposes as states RRR, bearing number 116015, and ask you if you can tell me what I'm looking at here.
That's a little gate to a storage area that's on the side of apartment M.
Referring back now to the first exhibit, which you showed to me, which was 116003 for states identification purposes, states PPP. Is that the same gate that appears just to the left as we're looking at the front door
Yes.
of apartment M?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now photographication purposes as states SSS, bearing number 116-016, and ask you what this is.
That's the little storage area that's on the side of apartment M.
Is it, to be specific, this photograph, is this the storage area into which this gate leads?
Yes, it is.
I'm showing you now what states marked for identification purposes as states UUU, identification number 116019, and ask if you can tell me what this is.
That's the little backyard to apartment M and the glass door leading out of apartment M.
Was that
The little backyard.
is it a sliding glass door?
Yes.
Is that the manner in which one could enter the rear of apartment M?
Yes.
So that I could be clear on this, you have a front door and a back sliding glass door.
Well, the backyard was completely fenced in with
And how was one kept from going to the backyard to the rear of the apartment? Was
through
that,
the glass door.
okay, but from the front door to get around to the back door, what area would you have to pass through?
You'd have to either climb over a fence, a 6 or 7 foot high fence, or go through this little storage area. And even then, you'd have to get through a fence.
And why is that?
Because the fence was a piece of chain link fence at the back of the storage area. was securely stapled to the side of the building on one end, but then on the other end of the fence, because this was the only way for me to get into the little backyard there, except going through the apartment, I had stapled this fence to the inside of a tree. In other words, no one from the outside could see that these staples were how the fence. You'd think it would just be stapled to the tree all the way up, but it was not. It was only stapled about 2.5 feet up. And then at the top of the fence, I had a heavy-duty bent-over nail, which I hung the fence on. And whenever I wanted to get back into the yard, which was seldom, I unhooked this and let it down and stepped over.
Let me interrupt you and show you states TTT 116-017 and ask you if that is a view of that fence from the backyard.
Yes, it is.
And what am I looking up? Is this the area of the walkway?
Yes.
Do these fairly accurately depict the way in which that area looked? Each of them represent what they appear to depict in August of 1990.
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, defense would be raising to you its objections to evidence.
The judge has not sustained one objection the defense has made.
Counter states P would be accepted as number 60. Q is 61. R is 62. S is 63. U at 64. And T is 65.
Now, Mr. Hoover, addressing yourself to August of 1990, and in particular August 25th, 1990, did you have occasion to see or speak with Krista Hoyt?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell this jury why you spoke to her on that day, and if you will, what time it was?
It was approximately 5 o'clock in the evening. And I happened to walk by that area and noticed that that gate was unlatched, which was a very unusual thing for it to be. No one had occasion to go in there but meter readers or repair people or whatever. And I had noticed several days before that the gate had also been unlatched. And so I knocked on Christie's door and asked her if she had...
Let me interrupt you 1 second. When you say unlatched, tell the jury what you mean, how the latch worked.
There was a hasp-type latch that had a wooden peg in it to hold it. And the peg was, I believe on both occasions, the peg was down on the ground or else on a little shelf there in the storage area beside it. And
When you, on that August the 25th, before you talked to her, did you have an opportunity to look back and see the condition of the chain link fence that you've spoken of?
I went back and looked at the fence and suspected that where I had hung it on the nail, it was not stretched as tight as I stretched it. It seemed as though maybe someone had taken that down and put it back up, but not as taught as I would have, but I was not sure of that, but it appeared that way to me.
As a result of seeing those things, what did you say to Krista?
I asked her if she had unlatched the gate, and she said no, that she had not, but that the telephone repairman had been there that day. And I had seen the telephone truck parked in the parking area. And so that put my mind at ease that it was the telephone man that left the gate unlatched, because the telephone wires go into that area.
Now, this is essentially an alleyway beside the apartment,
Right.
and
About
you had noticed the gate unlatched. You spoke to her about it. Or what you noticed that week, was it uncommon for that gate to be?
Yes, very unusual for that gate to be unlatched. And reader, pretty much kept. I would say maybe once a year or twice a year, I would notice that gate unlatched.
And as to the chain link fence in the back, was that normally up?
That was always up. It was not evident to anyone else that would not be just nailed to the tree. But it was nailed on the inside of the tree. That is the backyard side of the tree.
So that normally if you came into there, even if you stood at the gate, it would appear that was a
That was
fixed
just a chain link fence across there with no gate.
After that conversation with Krista, when was the next time you noticed that gate, which is number 62? When was the next time you saw that gate?
The next time I saw that gate was when the sheriff came.
Tell the jury about, was that the next night?
That was Sunday night.
Tell the jury
It
about,
was actually early Monday morning. I
Tell
think
the jury
about
what
1
happened.
o'clock. I heard a knocking at the door, which I thought was my door, but it turned out it was knocking on the door next door to Christy's apartment. And I went out my front door, which was around the corner from the apartment M. And as I was coming around the corner, the sheriff came around the corner to meet me. And he said, "Do you have a key to Christy's apartment? That she hadn't shown up for work and we were worried about her." And I said that I had a key, but that did he know there was a glass door in the back of the apartment? And he said, no, he didn't know. And so we walked back to this first gate that was unlatched. And as soon as I saw that the gate was unlatched, I was alarmed. And the sheriff said to me to wait here while he went around back, while he passed through the corridor, like.
Krista worked for the sheriff's department.
But I didn't wait there because I saw at this point that the chain link fence was down also. Complete, I mean, it wasn't loose, it was down. And so I was very alarmed at this point. And I went, I followed the sheriff around there and watched him with his flashlight get down on his hands and knees, and the blind on the glass door was up about this much on the bottom. And he got down on his hands and knees and shone his flashlight in there.
did you have, from where you were, did you have a sense of what was wrong?
And he got up immediately and asked me to please go back to my apartment and wait for law officials to contact me. that this was a crime scene, and I said, she's not all right, is she? And he said, no.
And what did you do next?
I went back to my apartment and did a lot of looking out the windows at all kinds of law enforcement people.
John, is it a request to publish these photographs?
Mr. Smith, do you have any other questions? Or you may have any crossing? No questions. You may step down. Thank you, sir.
No, I'm going to ask,
Please excuse.
I'm going to ask that investigators Manning and Ward of this part be excused as well.
Are they gonna talk to them and anybody?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
State your full name, please.
Paul Daniel Schwartz.
Mr. Schwartz, I'm going to ask you to speak loud enough so that everybody can hear you. Where do you reside?
In Gainesville at 2837 Northwest 40th Place.
And how long have you lived there?
Good 19 years.
And what do you do for
Well,
occupation or are you a
19
student?
years.
I'm a student and I work at the college,
And where is that? Which college?
Santa Fe Community College.
Have you attended that college for some time?
Yes, I have.
Did that include in 1990?
Yes, sir.
Do you or did you know Krista Hoyle?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell the jury when you first met her and how long you'd known her?
I met her first in high school in 9th grade.
I think you were saying that you had met her in high school.
High school, yes, back in 86, I believe.
Did you renew your acquaintance with her?
Only after college started, 89 in the fall.
And where did you meet her in 1989?
I was at Santa Fe also. It was an English class.
I want to move now to August of 1990. In particular, in August of 1990, did you have occasion to see or do anything with Krista Hoyle?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us when?
I believe it was Saturday, the 25th of August. I had been out with my parents and we got back and there was a message from her on my answering machine.
From whom?
Krista.
And what was it about?
Wanting to get together and play racquetball that night.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
What time?
Oh, she showed up about 7:30 to my house.
And where did you go?
To, I believe it's called Northwood Park up by the Highway Patrol Station on 34th Street.
Go ahead.
How long did you play racquetball that evening?
About an hour and a half.
Did you have your own equipment?
Yes, I did.
Did she bring any equipment with her?
She brought a can of racquetballs and her racket.
And in particular, do you recall how she was dressed? What attire she had on that evening?
Some kind of dark shorts and some kind of shirt with a logo in the left corner.
How long did you play racquetball?
About an hour to an hour and a half.
Then what did you do?
Drove back to my house and just went in the house and talked for a while.
The same residence that you currently have?
Yes.
How long did you stay at your house?
It's about half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you see any other people while you were there at your house?
Yeah.
Who?
My parents and my brother.
Can you tell the court approximately what time she left your house that Saturday evening?
It was between 9:30 and 10.
You know the distance from where she lived to your house, do you not? either in distance or in time, how long does it take to get from your house to her house?
About 10 to 12 minutes.
Before I show you this, could you tell the court, you said there was a logo. Do you remember anything in particular about that logo?
It's an island or inland surf on it, and it had like a surfboard or something like that.
Showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as states exhibit HHH.
Yeah, for the record, like we do this time, that this objection has similarly stated as to the shirt of Sonia Larson for the same reasons to handle as well as introduction.
Right. Objections noted, considered, overruled.
I want you to take an opportunity to review this and tell me if you've seen this shirt before.
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It's the shirt Krista was wearing when we played racquetball.
Now, obviously, there's an area of the shirt that has been separated.
Yes.
The shirt was in its normal condition when you last saw it.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would now move HHH for identification purposes into evidence.
Over the objection of counsel as previously stated at the bench, it'll be admitted.
States number 66.
After Krista left your house that night, did you ever see her again?
No, I did not.
Did you ever attempt to see her again?
I tried that Sunday evening after being down at UF.
And did you go to the area in which she lives?
I went to the property, yes.
Did you find anything there indicating that you were at the right place?
I found her vehicle.
Where was her car parked?
I believe it was on the property in front of a large tree of some sort.
But you did not find her.
No, ma'am. No, sir.
Before I leave it, just to be clear on this, in addition to the shorts and the shirt, anything else you remember of her attire?
Just white shoes of some sort.
And when she left, did she take with her the same equipment that she had when you had played?
Yes, sir.
One more time. Yeah, pretty sure.
You may.
Now, what's been marked for identification purposes as states FFF. I want to ask you if you are able to identify that which is depicted herein.
Yes, those are the shoes she was wearing when we played.
Your Honor, the state would now move exhibit FFF into evidence.
Now, for the record, we have a number on that. I know it's a crop photograph.
116048. For the record, Your Honor, actually, this is a, this is the entire photograph, the cover and man of the photograph, except we put an insert to show the shoe.
All right, that'll be admitted. What's the next?
67.
That'll be number 67.
One more to go. What's this up there? I have no further questions.
Questions, Mr. Schwartz?
This witness has questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been so employed?
Approximately 5.5 years.
Would that include having been employed there in August of 1990?
Yes, it would.
Directing your attention specifically to August 1990, did you know Krista Hoyt?
I knew her somewhat vaguely, yes.
Were you ever requested to check on her whereabouts or anything in relation to her?
Yes, sir. On 8/27 of 1990, I was dispatched to her apartment complex to go and check on her. Apparently, she was late for work, and the watch commander, Lieutenant Nobles, was about her and asked me to go over and check on her.
Were you on assignment at that night?
Yes, sir. I was working road patrol in the Southwest on midnight shift.
And I think you may have said this, but if I might miss it. What time, to the best of your knowledge, did you get that dispatch?
It was approximately 1:15 a.m.
In response to that, how long did it take you to arrive at the residence of Krista Hoyt?
Approximately 10 to 15 minutes. I arrived on scene. I parked my car out and attempted to locate Miss Hoyt's apartment. It took me approximately 10 to 15 minutes to locate her apartment because the complex at that time was very, very dark, and the numbers on the apartment doors were fairly small. So I had to basically go door by door.
Yeah, President Shaw.
May-
I want to show you what's already been admitted into evidence and marked as State's Exhibit 60. That being photograph 16-003. By which you approached.
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that the same building and apartment?
That is the same building and apartment.
Upon arriving at the apartment and determining the appropriate unit, what did you do?
I began to knock at the front door to try to rouse Miss Hoyt if she were inside and had merely overslept. That happens occasionally with employees at work midnight shift.
Upon determining that no one was aroused, what did you do?
I went and tried to locate the resident manager's apartment, if there was one. Usually in apartment complexes, there's a manager or someone who keeps the grounds that will have a key to the various apartments, and that's what I was after. I was trying to find the person who would have a key to her apartment so that I could check the apartment because no one answered the door.
Were you able to do that to find a resident manager, sir?
I was able to locate the resident manager. Apparently, I had been knocking so loudly that it woke him up, or he was either in his apartment and already awake and heard me knocking, and he came outside, and I saw him at the front door of his apartment.
What did you say to him?
I asked him if he could direct me to the resident manager's apartment because his front door was not marked as his being the resident manager. At that time, he told me that he was the resident manager and had a key to get me inside of the apartment.
Did you go to her apartment with this manager?
The manager and I went back to her front door, and he was about to open the front door when he noticed that a gate that is next to her apartment didn't look right to him for some reason.
What did he say to you about that?
But at this time, I would object based on duplicity. Testifying in this case, and
That's the state. He just testified to what he told me.
If you will, what did you do in response to what information he gave you?
In response to what he had told me about the gate, I went over to the gate and I opened the wooden gate up.
Where did you go then?
I looked down a small, narrow corridor, which is just inside of the fenced area. It's corded off on the one side by a wooden fence and on the other side by the building, which is actually Krista Hoyt's apartment. And it's just a narrow alleyway there where he kept some tools and lawnmowers.
What did you do when you got to that area?
When we stepped into the area, he immediately noticed that the chain link fence in the back of the corridor appeared to have been pulled down or pushed down in some manner. It was not stretched and standing up the way that it should be. This seemed to alarm him.
What did you do? Did you go to the back of the apartment?
I did go to the back of the apartment and I climbed over the fence that had been pulled down. I asked the manager to wait out front by the front door, just as a safety precaution for him, just in case someone was back in the backyard. I didn't want him back there with me. It was better for him to be up front.
When you got to the back, what did you do?
When I got to the back, I looked around briefly with my flashlight, saw that there was no one in the courtyard behind Krista Hoyt's apartment. And at that time, I moved over to the back of her apartment where there is a sliding glass door.
Were you able, excuse me, I don't know if I asked you this, were the lights on or was there any illumination back there?
It was completely dark behind the apartment, in the front and inside. The entire area was completely pitch black.
And what were you using as a source of light?
A flashlight that I'm issued by my department. It's a very large C-cell flashlight.
When you got to the back, what did you do once you had found out you were at the rear of the apartment?
When I got to the rear of the apartment, I looked at the sliding glass door and I noticed that the Venetian type blinds had been slightly raised up on one side. This enabled me to look in through the sliding glass door into Miss Hoyt's bedroom.
Your Honor, now approach the witness.
Okay.
I want to show you what's already been marked in evidence as State's Exhibit 64. And ask you, if you will, is that the Venetian blind you're talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
I love the sound of a gun belt.
If you would, could you step, the witness step down here?
Yes.
Could you step down, sir, up here? For the record, that photograph is 116-019. Would you show the jury, in relationship of this picture, the crack on the Venetian blind or the tilted area of the Venetian blind that you looked through?
Yes, sir. As I came over the fence, I came around the corner, and this is the raised portion here of the Venetian blinds. You can see that it's probably 10 to 18 inches high, quite easily for me to see up under.
Since it's so low, how were you able to look in?
I got down on my hands and knees on this makeshift patio right here, the boards on top of the bricks.
Tell the court what you saw when you illuminated through that rear window.
Objection, Your Honor, any questions?
Deputy O'Hara,
Yes.
I want you to listen to Mr. Smith's questions. Just answer his questions, please.
Yes.
Deputy O'Hara, from the location you were. I do not want you to tell me exactly what you saw. Do you understand my question to you?
Yes, sir.
I want you to answer my question in terms of the way I asked it.
Yes, sir.
Did you see a dead body?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was it apparent to you, without telling me how, was it apparent to you that that body was, that person was already dead?
Yes, sir, it was very clearly.
Was the body, without speaking to any of the features of the body, was the body in a sitting position?
Yes, sir, it was.
And was the body in a sitting position on the edge of a bed through which you could see?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Just one more, Your Honor.
They don't want the jury to know that he beheaded her.
If you recall, the body that you saw, was it clothed in any fashion?
No, sir, it was not.
That's why he didn't mention that in opening statements. Remember, I said they're not saying something else he did?
Did you notice if the body had on shoes or socks?
Yes, sir, I do recall that there were shoes, tennis shoes, and a pair of socks. No other clothing that I saw.
Glad. Talk about two crime fans, man.
In response to what you saw, what did you do?
In response to what I saw in Miss Hoyt's bedroom, I put the station on emergency traffic. That means that only people that are connected with the call that I was on at that time were to be on the primary channel.
Oh, an ice cream.
And when you returned to
Now
the
I'm
front of the
hungry
apartment,
too.
did any supervisor or superior arrive?
Yes, Lieutenant Nobles, the watch commander that night, arrived shortly after I put the station on emergency traffic and requested that he be en route to me.
I have no further questions. This witness.
Questions? Witness, you may step down your excuse, sir. Thank you.
I guess you
What's your full name, sir?
know that, though.
John Henry Nobles.
And your current employment, sir?
I mean,
I'm a
she
lieutenant
was
with the Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
dead.
Are you assigned to a
though.
particular division?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm the chief of detectives for the sheriff
And how long have you been in that position?
for 1 year.
In August of 1990, how were you employed?
I was a lieutenant with Alachua County Sheriff's Office Uniform Division.
And did you have a particular shift assignment?
Yes, sir, I did. I was the watch commander for the midnight shift.
Addressing yourself to August of 1990, did you know Krista Hoyt?
Yes, sir, I did.
On August the 26th, 1990 in particular, did you have occasion to make any or direct any dispatches in relation to her?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you will, who did you dispatch and why?
Well, basically, Kim Norman, the supervisor in records, came to me when I came on duty and said that one of her clerks, Krista Hoyt, had not shown up for work. And she was concerned about her because of her punctuality and asked me if I would send a deputy to go check and make sure that Krista was okay.
And what time was her reporting time, if you remember, her normal scheduled reporting time?
I believe it was 11 or 11:30.
And did you do anything in response to this information?
Yes, I did.
Did you, and what did you do in response to the information?
I had them dispatch Keith O'Hara, one of my deputies, the officer that was working that zone, to Krista's house to check and make sure she was okay.
Did you receive any information back that indicated there was a problem?
Yes, sir. They came to me. I was in my office doing paperwork. They came to me and said, has Keith O'Hara got there yet? Can you tell us if she's okay? So I immediately got up, got on my radio, called him, and I said, have you made contact with Krista yet? He said, no, I haven't. I don't believe her car is here. Then he came immediately back and said, yes, Lieutenant, her car is here. Just a minute, I'm in contact with the landlord. And I said, well, to get the key to her apartment, go in and check on her and make sure she's okay.
Did you get any further communication that evening back from O'Hara?
Yes, sir, I did. In just a few minutes, he came back to the radio and said, I need a supervisor on the scene now.
Did you respond?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell the court what you did.
I responded to Krista's apartment on 24th Avenue, and I knew that they had dispatched an ambulance. I met Sergeant Baxter in the yard. I think he arrived just a minute or so before I did. And they had canceled the ambulance, and I said, don't cancel the ambulance, because I didn't really understand the severity of what had happened. And he told me, he said, John, she doesn't need an ambulance. So, and basically he told me what the circumstances were.
I understand that. What did you do in response to that information?
I called for an investigator, myself and Investigator Weeks and Sergeant Baxter. Went, unlocked Krista's front door, and cleared her apartment.
Explain to the jury what you mean by cleared the apartment, and please don't say what you found. Just tell me by that exercise of clearing the apartment.
Okay, when you clear an apartment, is that you believe, or you have reason to believe, that there's some suspect in the apartment. So what you do is to do a methodical search of the apartment, searching, of course, as soon as you go in the front door, searching left and right, searching every closet because you know something bad has happened. So you're searching for a suspect and you believe he may be in there.
How did you enter that apartment?
Through the front door.
How did you get access to the front door?
With a key from the landlord.
Was it locked when you arrived?
Yes, sir, it was.
When you went in the apartment, did you find within the apartment Krista Hoyle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you able to determine what you found, that she was dead, without telling me what you found?
Yes, sir, her body was posed on the bed.
Just 1 second. After you had made the determination, what you found, was the scene in any way turned over to anyone?
Yes, sir, we backed out of the scene and secured it and called crime scene.
And could you tell me the crime scene officers that you notified?
Martin Snook.
Who was, let me make it easier for you, who was put in charge of the crime scene?
I'm really not sure. I can't remember. No, sir.
Martin Snook came to the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
And were you there when he arrived?
Yes, sir.
Had the crime scene been disturbed in any fashion from the time you backed out of the front door until the crime scene investigators came in to the crime scene?
No, sir.
And did you cordon it off to see that it was left secure?
Yes, sir, we did.
No further questions of this witness?
No questions. You may step down. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I don't think they're going to cross-examine anybody. Wait a minute. What is happening? Dang it. Thought I had it ready to go. Sorry, guys. I thought I was ready.
Started, and we'll stop and set up a few other things. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
My
State
bad.
your full name, please.
Martin Snook.
And where are you employed, sir?
At the Alachua County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been so employed?
over 19 years.
Just 1 second. Do you have a particular rank or position within the Alachua County Sheriff's Office?
Investigator
And how long have you held that rank?
for those 19 years.
And within that, what are your duties? Realizing that there's probably more than you want to say. Generally, what do you do?
I'm a fingerprint examiner with the Sheriff's Office and also a crime scene investigator.
As a crime scene investigator, just very briefly tell me what kind of things you engage in and when you're called in.
As a crime scene investigator, I would respond to a scene of a crime, go to that scene to document the scene by photography, collection of evidence, and also any type of fingerprint processing.
In August of 1990, in particular, I directed August 27, 1990, were you called to a crime scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Where was that crime scene?
That was on Southwest 24th Avenue, 3533 Southwest 24th Avenue, apartment M as in Mary.
Upon arriving, did you find out whose apartment it actually was?
Shortly thereafter, yes, sir.
Was that Ms. Hoyt's?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, did you enter the apartment?
At some point shortly thereafter, yes, sir, I did.
And what were your duties, sir, in relation to this particular crime scene?
I was placed in charge of running the crime scene investigation of this case by my captain, Captain Hamilton.
Now, since that day in August of 1990, have you remained associated in any way with the investigation of that crime scene?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in particular, were you assigned to the task force for the homicides?
Yes, sir.
And have you continued to be, in terms of preparation for this case, so assigned?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you now I want to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State Exhibit JJJ. I want to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is a drawing depicting the apartment of Krista Hoyt.
And who prepared this?
I did.
And how did you prepare it?
I prepared it by taking measurements of the entire apartment and then preparing this particular item on a computer-generated program.
Does it depict items that were found at the apartment on August 27, 1990?
Yes, sir, it does.
And does it depict those items in relation to where they were actually located?
Yes, sir.
Does it depict the dimensions of the apartment?
Yes, sir, some of the dimensions.
Your Honor, and does it depict an area that is adjacent to the apartment, which is identified as a storage area?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us where that storage area was located?
It was located along the east side of the apartment with approximately a 4-foot walk area between the apartment and the actual storage itself, which led into the backyard.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what has been marked for identification purposes as states JJJ into evidence.
Your defense was removed, and the objection previously made as to the depiction of this ordinance.
All right, considering that argument made by counsel, that's overruled.
Received as state 6-8.
Don't look at me like that. There's nothing wrong with you back there. I work with you back there.
Investigator Snooker. You have told the jury that this is based on a computer program, this drawing.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain very briefly to us what that means?
Just basically, it's a computer drawing program which enables you to draw lines and so forth to certain dimensions, whichever dimensions you choose. Also allows you to place in certain furniture items and those kinds of things, which you can see on the chart.
Have you, at my request, retained that computer program so that it can now be shown to the jury?
Yes, sir.
And is it exactly the same in terms of the overall depiction as this document that has been marked and received in evidence as
Back then,
Exhibit 68?
programs
Yes, sir, it
were a
is.
big
And would it
mystery.
assist you in demonstrating
You have no idea
what you
what
did
that
and where you found things on that occasion?
We
Yes, sir.
put measurements into a
Your Honor,
computer
this time I
program, and this is
request
what
you
we
be allowed
got.
to set up a computer screen and the overhead projector of this program to assist him in the course of this testimony. It is, as the court is aware, it will be a computer program based on the exact drawings that received in evidence.
Based on the presentation, that it's identical to this drawing, and the previous suggestion that you draw.
Investigator Smith, you can come down and upset this. Investigator Smith, would you tell us what we're now looking at in relationship to the exhibit that we have already entered, which is the chart?
Right now, we're basically looking at the front door area, the dining area and living room area of the apartment, along with the kitchen. That's the main focus right at the moment.
All right, I want to particularly ask you, did you do the crime scene analysis such that you went through, you were personally involved in processing that crime scene?
Yes, sir, myself and my two other assistant investigators.
I want you now to show the jury where the front door is located in this depiction.
This is the front door right here. It's on the north side of the building at the east corner.
As you come in the door, I want you to show me what this is.
This item right here is the racket for playing racquetball and a can of racquetballs.
Now you have outlined in an area right here. Would you tell us what that outline represents?
This outline depicts the location where a bookcase had previously been placed.
Now, you have some dimensions there which represent the size of that area where the bookshelf had previously been located. What is that? What are the dimensions of that area, if you could?
Dimensions of that area are approximately 2 feet in the north-south direction by a little over 3 feet east to west.
If you would go back now to show us where that little recessed area is in relation to the front window of the apartment.
The front window is right here, just in front of the coffee table, from this point to this point.
Now, then, if a person is standing right here, sir, how far are they from the front window?
I would say approximately maybe a half a foot to 1 foot from the edge of the window, from the edge of this coffee table.
Is that the only window in the front of the apartment?
Yes, sir, it is.
Other than that window, are there any side windows on this apartment?
No, sir.
Is that the only way, excuse me, is this the direction of the approach to the apartment?
Yes, sir, as one would use the parking area if they were driving a vehicle.
Did you ever have an opportunity during your investigation to determine the direction by which Krista Hoyt approached this apartment?
From case investigation information, she parked her vehicle in the parking area, which would be off the screen in this direction, and would then approach the front door in this direction.
What does this area represent here, sir?
This area, the blue, for example, is a blanket. On top of the blanket is a pillow. Apparently, it was used as a sort of like a chair or something to watch TV.
Where was the TV located?
TV's right here in the northwest corner.
What is represented by this right here, sir?
This is representative of a key ring with keys on it that were found on the floor right next to this blanket.
From the car keys and the racquetball racket and can to the front door, could you give us the approximate dimension?
Approximately from the front door entrance to approximately the racket and this corner of the blanket was approximately 8 to 10 feet.
From this area,
I learned to use.
were you able to determine in your investigation whether a man could fit in this area?
Have apps back then.
It was
You had to
large
learn
enough
the
for a
code
person
that
to
you
be in that area, yes, sir.
Would the person in that area be detectable as you entered the front door?
Well, with this wall jutting out at this position, if someone were in this area, it would be very difficult, I would think.
In the investigation, did you determine that anyone had been in this area?
Through a case investigation, yes, sir.
And who had been there?
Danny Rowan.
Where, if you can now give us a larger schematic of the whole apartment so that we can find where this bookshelf had been relocated.
If you travel from the area we've just been talking about near the front door and the blanket, if you travel through the kitchen area, down the hall, you come to the bedroom. This is the only bedroom in the apartment. You then come through the bedroom door. This item here is the actual bookcase.
This is where the bookcase that had been located in the front room was located when you came in.
Yes, sir. The bookcase was in this position when I found it.
Is this room now set up and in the manner in which you found it the early morning hours of the 27th?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine where items that had been on the bookshelf had been relocated?
Yes, sir.
Where were they located, sir?
Some of those items were on the floor approximately at this point, just east of the bookcase, and then also in the very southeast corner of the room.
And the items that you found here, how were they stored or how had they been stored?
Some items, such as some folder type material, was just lying on the floor. In this particular corner, and actually covered up by several other items, was a pillowcase. Inside of that pillowcase were several pictures in picture frames.
Were you able to determine where that pillowcase had been previously located prior to that day?
It had come from one of the pillows on the bed. We found a pillow minus a case laying on the bed.
Would you tell the jury, sir, what is this area right here?
This area right here is the sliding glass door. This point would be the side where the lock mechanism would be for the door.
Were you able to determine the point of entry in your investigation into this apartment?
Yes, sir.
And what was it, sir?
It was through this sliding glass door.
And were you able to determine the manner in which that sliding glass door had been broken into?
Yes, sir.
And how had that been done, sir?
There were several pry marks on the edge of the door as it butts up against the frame, and also several pry marks on the frame itself. Located out on what is a step right about in this particular area was found a broken piece of the locking mechanism.
Were you able to determine in your investigation the manner in which the pry marks had been made?
Yes, sir, through laboratory analysis.
And what had been used to break into this sliding glass door, sir?
A screwdriver.
Would you tell the jury, just very briefly, the manner in which the examination of the sliding glass door and the locking mechanism was effectuated?
I removed this portion of the sliding door. The the portion at the easternmost end here is stationary, with this portion being sliding. I removed the sliding portion of the door and also the portion of the door frame that it abutted against, and sent them to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Laboratory in Jacksonville.
And in your investigation, did you get results from an examination of that rear door?
Yes, sir, I did.
And the examination of that area of the rear door, did it reveal the tool that had been used to break into that door?
Yes, sir.
And what was
A Stanley screwdriver.
it? Was it matched to any screwdriver that you found during your investigation, sir?
In a different location, yes, sir.
And where was the screwdriver located that matched, according to the laboratory results, this breaking in area?
From a campsite that had been located by the officers.
Is this the,
Yes, sir, it is.
is this the location?
Doing.
Of the body of Chris Hoyt as
This was a T-shirt, which in actuality was
That's weird.
kind of balled up, rolled up in a ball that was laying at approximately that location of the bed.
this marking down the middle of that T-shirt, what is that representative of?
The markings vertically and actually horizontally are representative of cut or tear marks that were present on the shirt.
What does this represent right here, sir?
This is a pair of dark colored or black shorts that were located approximately this location of the bed.
And this?
A pair of almost identical appearing shorts that were found on the floor and actually under this item, which is a book bag.
And this?
That's the actual book bag.
What is represented for what you found in this corner, sir?
This item is representative of a used tampon that was found near this wall.
And what was this, sir?
This was a pair of panties that were found located on the floor that were damaged. They were either cut or torn with a piece of it found in this same area of the bed, which would be the northeast corner of the bed.
In other words, you found, is it correct to say that you found a piece of matching material from here laying here?
Yes, sir.
And what does this represent, sir?
This represents a portion of a bra that was found on the floor at the foot of the bed.
And could you describe for us the condition of the bra as you found it that evening?
It was basically in half, and it was either cut or torn. The other half of that bra was found underneath this book bag.
If you can go back to the living room for a moment. Now this is a schematic of the whole of the entire apartment, other than just where this cuts off would be the rear.
Yes, sir.
This area right here represents what, sir?
That's the kitchen sink area and the cooking area of the apartment.
And this area?
That's the restroom.
Going back, as you examine the bathroom, the bedroom again for one moment. In the bedroom, at the time you found, go ahead and take your bedroom.
Sorry.
Go ahead, take it.
There you go.
At the time you found the body of Trista Hoyt, was she, and she was posed, was she dressed in any manner?
She had on a pair of shoes and socks.
Were you able to, could you tell us, and I know this, I don't know if this will do it or not, these dimensions up here, these are the dimensions of the room?
Yes, sir, they are.
12 feet being the width,
Yeah, yes, sir.
and
The length being 16 feet 2 inches.
would you characterize that, sir, as a small room?
Yes, sir. The entire apartment was relatively small.
How far are we talking about from where you ultimately found the body of Krista Hoyer from these other items of clothing?
It would just be a few feet from the body to this area of the room. It would be probably less than 8 feet or so.
And if you could, was there any blood which throughout the apartment that indicated to you where substantial bleeding had taken place?
Yes, sir.
Where would that be, sir?
There was a fairly large pool of blood which emanated from about the feet area down along the floor and approximately this area, making a circular shape.
Was there any indication of any blood elsewhere?
Yes, sir, there was.
Where was that, sir?
That was at the foot of the bed, somewhat in the pathway leading from the doorway into the bedroom, basically from about this area in front of the closet to the foot of the bed.
And were you able to determine if there had been any blood on the bed?
Yes, sir, there was some blood approximately in the center of the bed and then some off to the foot of the bed.
Was there any indication from your experience as a crime scene investigator, was there any indication of the length of time, as to whether this body had been moved from anywhere else in the apartment?
Well, from the positioning that the body was in, there appeared to have been movement, yes, sir.
And was there any indication of a time of, of a period of death having occurred prior to disposing the body?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell the court or the jury how you would make that determination from your experience?
There was lividity or settling of blood in the back.
What does lividity or settling of blood in the back indicate to you?
That would indicate to me that this body was laying flat on its back for a period of time for the blood to settle to the back portion of the back.
Just 1 second. Just 1 moment. As we refer now to this sliding glass door, who is the person that actually removed or extracted that door from its location for examination? And to whom did you take that door, sir?
To Mr. David Warneman at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Laboratory at Jacksonville, Florida.
Your Honor, this time I'm prepared to lights go back up. No, leave the screen up. Investigator, I'm going to show you now what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit XXX, bearing number 116029, and ask you if you can identify this photograph.
Yes, sir, I can.
Is this an accurate depiction of that area?
Yes, sir, it's a depiction of the blanket and pillow and the other items on the floor of the living room.
And tell me what other items appear there in that photograph, sir.
The racquetball can, telephone, keys, and then there's some other items toward the back of the room.
I'm going to show you now what is marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit as States Exhibit YYY, bearing number 116-030. Ask you what that depicts, sir.
This is a close-up photograph showing the pillow, the blanket, the racquetball cans, and the telephone on the floor.
Showing you now what's been marked as States Exhibit ZZZ, for identification purposes, bearing number 116-031, and ask you, what does this depict and from what area?
This photograph depicts the front door from inside the apartment from approximately the hall at the corner of the dining table area looking back towards the door, and also showing this area, the set-in area, along with the window and the television and coffee table and so forth.
Does it show the recessed area as in relation to the door?
Yes, sir, it does.
Showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as States VVV, bearing number 116-020. Describe that for us, please, sir.
This photograph shows basically the kitchen counter area here, the refrigerator, some of the dining table, and then looking down the hall towards the bedroom.
Showing you now what's been marked as States AAAA, bearing number 116-032. Ask you if you could tell us what that shows.
This photograph shows the dining table from approximately the east side of where the blanket is on the floor. In the foreground of the photograph is the racket, and the racquetball can is looking toward the dining table, the door, the recessed area, and also a hair bow that's on the floor just in front of the table on the west side of the table.
The hair bow that is reflected by this, and the table that is reflected, is that in that photograph? That's that table?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this photograph's taken from approximately this kind of an angle,
That's correct.
and it shows this recessed area.
Yes, sir, it does.
Come here. Come here.
You go to the bedroom. Showing you now what's been marked as States BBBB, bearing number 116-038. Ask if you can identify what that depicts.
This depicts a view coming through this bedroom door, mainly showing the area of blood on the floor just inside the door and at the foot of the bed. Also in view in the photograph are a pair of shorts on the floor, the book bag, and the portion of bra on the floor.
Let's give him 1 second, he's getting her some more.
I'm going to ask you just for a second to repeat that last portion as to what this item here is.
The entire, okay. This this portion of the bra is represented on the photograph.
Showing you now what is 116-043, states exhibit for identification purposes CCCC. Ask if you could identify what that is, sir.
This is a close-up photograph showing these panties on the floor of the bedroom. There had been a bicycle that was laying over top of them. In this photograph, the bicycle has been removed.
Now I'm going to show you the next document, which is State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit for identification purposes D2 and DDD1. I do not want you to tell the jury everything that appears on this photo. I just want you to look and tell me if you can identify that photo and what area of the room it is.
Yes, sir, I can identify it, and it is the southeast corner of the bedroom.
Looking at DDD1, what does that photograph show you?
It shows basically the bookcase in the main frame. You do see the bicycle on the floor and some of the other items of furniture in the background.
(116.044A) as cropped will be the one published. 116-044 will be the one submitted to evidence along with the one that's cropped.
Submitted for the court.
For the court. Not to be published.
Correct.
Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you now states what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit III, bearing number 116-062. Ask you if you can identify what that is, sir.
This is a photograph showing the bed from approximately the foot of the bed. This is after the body has been removed.
Showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit J for identification purposes, JJJJ, bearing number 116-063. Ask if you can tell me what that is, sir.
This is another view of the bed, taken approximately from the south of the bed, looking at the bed.
Showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit KKKK, bearing number 116-065. Can you identify what that is, sir?
This is a close-up photograph of this T-shirt lying next to two of the pillows that were on the bed.
Showing you now what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit LLLL, bearing number 116-067. Ask if you can identify that, sir.
This is a close-up view of the northeast corner of the bed, showing this pair of shorts, a purse, and the apparent contents of the purse lying on that area of the bed.
And what is the color of those shorts?
Black or very dark color.
Showing you now what has been marked for state identification purposes as State's MMMM, bearing number 116-068, and ask if you can identify that, sir.
This photograph shows a closer view of some of the contents of the purse that were found lying on the bed, such as a checkbook and I believe some lipstick.
Showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as states RRRR, bearing number 116P-001-A.
Why do these all have
Show me what that
three
is, sir.
letters?
This photograph was taken from approximately the doorway looking toward the corner of the bed and showing the book bag, portion of the shorts, and also the used tampon located right here against the wall.
To be technically correct, is that a photograph?
It's actually a photograph made from a video image.
Was that from a video that was made of the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it was.
Showing you now what's been marked as States Exhibit 0000, bearing number 116-073. Ask if you can tell what that is, sir.
This is an inside view of the sliding glass door where it adjoins to the door frame.
Showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as States PPPP, bearing number 116-074. Ask if you can tell us what that is, sir.
This photograph shows the actual edge of the door so that the locking mechanism can be shown in the photograph.
This is the one I just showed you. Showing you now what's been marked for identification purposes as States QQQQ, bearing number 116-075. Ask you, sir, if you could identify what that is.
This is another close-up view of the door. The intent in this photograph is to show that the door was actually in the locked position.
Showing you now what has been marked as States Exhibit HHHH, bearing number 116-061. Can you tell us what that is, sir?
This is a close-up of Krista's left wrist to show the wristwatch that she had on her wrist.
In particular, within that photograph, sir, does it show anything else?
Yes, sir. On a portion of the wristwatch is a white-colored sticky substance, and also that appears to be the same substance as on the portion of the hand.
And what does that sticky substance, were you able to determine what it was?
Yes, sir, that it was a pressure-sensitive adhesive.
In the course of your investigation, were you able to determine why there would have been pressure-sensitive adhesive on her wrist or arm, wrist or wristwatch?
Yes, sir.
And what was that, sir?
During the course of investigation, information came forth that tape, some sort of tape, I believe duct tape, was used to bind the hands.
And from whom did you receive that information?
Well, that was received from the other members of the task force.
And how did they get it?
I believe it was from Daniel Rowan.
Smile.
Right. Continues.
Previously the subject of the motions.
Objection is noted for the record. No rule.
And sir, I want to show you now what's been marked as States Exhibit EEEE, bearing number 116-046, and ask you, can you tell me what that is, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is it?
That is a view taken from the approximate southeast corner of the bed, looking toward the body, showing the body in the location that, in the placement that I found it. It also shows the pool of blood which comes from the body and travels across the floor.
Is this photograph a depiction of how you found Krista Hoyt at that crime scene?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor,
the state would, do each of these photographs reasonably and accurately depict? Each of these photographs that I have given to you and you have identified reasonably and accurately depict that which was present at the time you were on the crime scene?
Yes, sir, it does.
And are they accurate depictions of what you saw?
Yes, sir.
What are these? Okay. Okay. Do you have the one photograph that was excerpted out? It was excerpted out, matching the cropped, the non-cropped.
I have crop photos, I have photos. I'm going to publish one.
Your Honor, there was previously made objections to each of the photographs. Some of the objections were to relevance and publicity, as well as prejudicial.
As to those objections raised about the photographs, the defense has renewed those previously raised in the motion hearing. The objections again overruled, and the photos will be admitted as limited by court. That's where separated. And I think that's the right one. You just
States wide would be 69. States XXX would be 70. States ZZZ 71. States B as in Victor would be 72. States A, 73. B, 74. C, 75. D1, 76. And D2, 77. States I. It'll be 78. J, 79. States K, be number 80. States L, 81. M, 82. States R, received is 83. States O, received is 84. States E, received 85. Q, received is 86. States H, received is 87. Just wanted to check. Investigator Snook, I'm now showing you what's been marked for identification purposes and, so, excuse me, and, for purposes of evidence that states Exhibit 66. I want to ask you if you recognize that shirt.
Yes, sir, I do.
And where was that shirt at the time when you last saw it?
That's located on the upper portion of the bed near the two pillows.
And is this shirt in the condition that you found it in the morning hours of the 27th
Yes, sir.
of August 1990?
Yes, sir, it is.
The separations that appear on in this shirt, are they in the same condition they were at the time you found this shirt?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you now what has been marked for identification purposes as states GGG, and ask you, sir, if you can identify what this is.
Those are the pair of panties that were located on the floor near to the foot of the bed.
In the upper, as you view it, left corner, there appears to be a separate piece. Where that's located.
That was the portion of elastic that was located on the northeast corner of the bed.
These panties, as they are depicted or laid out here, are they in the condition they were at the time you found them at the crime scene at the Hoyt apartment?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state will move into evidence, states exhibit GGG.
Continue. Objection, Your Honor. Same thing, previously publicized.
All right, taken as the same objection previously raised and overruled.
Be accepted as states number 89.
I'm showing you now what has been marked for identification purposes as states FFF. And ask you, sir, do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it, sir?
There are actually two items. One is a portion of the bra, which was at the foot of the bed, which was plainly visible. The other is a portion of the bra that was up underneath the book bag.
By that, your testimony, I'm taking it, these were in fact separated.
Yes, sir.
Is this exhibit, the depiction in this exhibit, in the same condition that it was at the time you found it at the crime scene in the Hoyt apartment?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, the statement moves states FFF into evidence.
Another state rejection is to all those items as previously the original.
All right, same objection taken from the defense, overruled, to admit.
While they're marking that, could I ask you an additional question? You told us during this presentation that you removed the door for at this scene and had it taken for examination?
Yes, sir, I did.
Sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
Did you do the same at any other scene, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
And where did you do the same activity?
At the Gatorwood scene.
And the door portion that you removed at the Gatorwood scene, where did you take it, sir?
To the same laboratory, Jacksonville.
Same individual?
Yes, sir, to Mr. David Warman.
That's number 9. Now, with his assistance, I would like to publish these physical items to the jury and I'll return them. While they're marking this, I'm just going to you will assist me, sir. We will first publish to the jury. First, in the front, then we'll return to the back. There appear to be some cuts in the back of the shirt. Could you explain that to the jury, sir?
There's one cut up near the, what would be the left shoulder area. And apparently has been done by the laboratory, doing some testing on, probably on some of the stain area. Which is probably sure.
Lost my touch. I clicked on something and lost my bet. There it is.
Could you sit down for a moment? I want to ask you about the photographs of the lock. There are 3 photographs of the locks. Take those up for a moment. The photograph that has been marked in evidence as 84. Would you tell me what 86 and 85 depict in relation to 84?
84 basically just shows the overall area of the edge of the door as it would butt up against the frame. It also shows somewhat the locking area of the door. 85 shows a little closer view from inside the actual slide bar which locks the door. It also shows on the edge of the door a portion of the locking mechanism which had been broken. 86 is mainly to show that the door was in the locked position.
And is that are those depictions of the doors that were examined of the door that was examined by the lab?
Yes.
Referencing now State's Exhibit 78 and State's Exhibit 79. The area in the middle of the bed, what were you able to determine what this material was?
That was determined to be blood.
Other than that which appeared on the floor, were there any larger pooling areas of blood in the apartment than on the bed?
No, sir.
Showing you now State's Exhibit 76, addressing yourself to the lower left-hand corner. Is that the condition of that window that night?
Yes, sir, it was.
And could you tell us approximately what the size of that opening was?
That is the locking side of that door again. The Venetian blinds were up on that side, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 5-6 inches.
The pool of blood that we find down here in the lower, as you look at it would be towards your right. In the lower right, is that the same pool that is depicted in the other pictures flowing from the body?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, at this time, the state would request to publish the photographs that have been received in evidence. I have included a checkers package of the photograph. Photograph 76 is the agreed upon proper version.
You may publish.
no further questions of this witness, Your Honor. And fire.
No problem.
Investigator Snook, if you would explain to the jury what the black substance is on Ms. Hoyt's hand in State's Exhibit number 87 that depicts Ms. Hoyt's hand, wristwatch, and white adhesive. Did you know?
Yes, sir. The black substance that is covering the back portion of the hand is fingerprint powder. An attempt was made to try to process certain areas of the body for fingerprints.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions?
None, Your Honor.
Investigator Smith, please stand up. Please.
Why?
State your full name.
Paul Patrick McCaffrey.
And what is your occupation or profession?
I'm a forensic chemist.
Where are you presently working?
I'm presently employed at the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Laboratory at Fort Gillum, Georgia. Fort Gillum.
Is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
It's just south of Atlanta.
Before working for the U.S. government, the U.S. Army in Georgia, where did you work?
I worked at the Jacksonville Regional Crime Laboratory in the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And in your profession as a forensic chemist, how long in total have you worked in that profession?
Approximately 4.5 years.
Do you specialize in any particular area?
In serology.
Would you tell the jury what serology is, or the study of serology, or the analysis of serology?
Forensic serology, the purpose is to analyze evidence to determine if any body fluids or blood is present on that piece of evidence, and then to identify that and to try to type it to match up or exclude it from an individual.
Did you do that in the case of the state of Florida versus Danny Harold Rowland?
Yes, I did.
At the time you did analysis, I believe it would have been an open investigation of the Gainesville student homicides, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of forensic serology?
Yes, I have.
Do you have the education and training necessary to become a forensic chemist specializing in serology?
Yes, I do.
Could you outline that for the jury, please?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Michigan State University in criminalistics. I have further education from the University of Virginia as well as the University of North Florida.
Have you been provided training also through the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, I have. I went through a year-long training period in forensic serology.
Have you also offered expert opinions in the area of DNA typing?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender Paul McCaffrey as an expert in the field of forensic chemistry, specifically serology.
Your Honor, as a serology, we would have no objections to the qualifications of this witness. However, we would object to the testimony of this witness is irrelevant and immaterial to the issues of this cause.
Objections overruled. He may render here.
Mr. McCaffrey, I'd like to take you back to late August of 1990 when I believe certain pieces of evidence were provided to you at the laboratory at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Specifically, I'd like to show you some of the pieces and ask you if you can identify them as items that you have examined and drawn opinions on. There's a third piece. I think I need the shirt of Tracy Paulus, which is in the back there. Let me first show you what's marked as States 43 into evidence and have you examine that particular article and tell me whether or not you examined that for the presence of blood and whether you typed that blood or had that item processed and typing made.
Yes, I recognize this by the FDLA lab case number, the date, and my exhibit number, and the initials.
Could you just for the record describe for me what that appears to be?
A pair of floral patterned shorts.
Are you aware of where those particular shorts came from?
From the scene number that the lab, each scene received its own lab number. And this was from the Powell Larson scene.
That would have been scene one, Williamsburg apartment. Did you have occasion to examine that particular article and was it in fact processed?
Yes, it was.
Do you know the results of that processing?
Yes, the DNA had. Yeah.
Mr. McCaffrey, just to simplify this, I'm going to ask you a question and I'll ask you to answer yes or no. After examination of those particular shorts, was there a finding made that the blood on those shorts was consistent with the blood of Christina Powell?
That's correct.
Okay. May I move on, Your Honor, now to the next piece of evidence? I'm going to go ahead and show you another piece of evidence that's marked as States 58. So go ahead and look in this bag and tell me whether or not you recognize this piece.
Yes, again, by the same means as I identified the other one.
Did that also come from the Williamsburg or scene on the crime scene?
That's correct.
Through your examination and analysis, was there any body fluid found on that particular?
Yes, human blood was found in this shirt.
And was that human blood consistent with the blood of the victim, Sonia Larson?
That's correct.
I'll take that back. Let me go ahead and show you a shirt. I think Tim, I might need you or Rob. What to show you what's been marked in States Exhibit 133. I ask you if you can recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, again, by the laboratory case number, the exhibit number, the date, and my initials.
Do you recall what scene this particular shirt came from?
This was from the scene, the Paulus Tabota scene.
Which would have been Gatorwood crime scene number 3?
That's correct.
Did you do an analysis on this particular shirt?
Yes, I did.
Show us, would you please, with your hand, where you took the sample for the analysis?
Right up in this area.
And Mr. could you turn it around so they can see the back end, because I think it's important. Yeah. This area here, Mr. McCaffrey, could you explain to the jury what this area appears to be to you?
There was a human blood stain in this area, of which I took a cutting and left a small portion remaining.
After analysis and examination, did you reach a conclusion as whether or not blood staining on this particular shirt was consistent with that of Manuel Tabota?
Yes, I did. It is consistent with him.
Thank you. I have one more, please. I show you now Exhibit 137 into evidence and ask you whether or not you can recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, I can, by the same means as before.
Would you explain to the jury what those are and why they have the emptiness so that there's no question in their mind as to how you analyze these particular types of exhibits?
These were actually submitted as two different exhibits. There were swabbings taken by the crime scene personnel and submitted to the laboratory. The reason there's nothing left in here is because it was consumed in analysis during my typing.
When you did do the typing and analysis of those particular swabbings, did you find that analysis showed that blood on those swabbings was consistent with the blood of Manuel Tabota?
That's correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor. We have no further questions in this letter.
No question. Thank you.
State your full name, please,
Tim Merrill,
and your current employment.
Deputy Sheriff, Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
Counsel's all right? You want me to read? How long have you been so employed?
5 years.
What rank do you hold there?
Deputy Sheriff.
And among your duties do you have a particular assignment?
I'm in the Uniform Patrol Division, and I patrol the streets of Alachua County.
And were you in such a position in August 1990?
Yes, I was.
In particular, I'd like to take you to the period late in August 1990. Did you have an opportunity to be assigned to the southwest area of Gainesville, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And in particular, did you have an opportunity to engage what you later determined to be two men that you pursued for purposes of trying to find out where they were and what they've been doing?
Yes, I did.
Would you tell us when that was?
It was the early morning hours of August 28th, 1990, close to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Where were you located?
I was in the south parking lot of the Piccadilly Apartments.
And what were you doing?
I was on routine patrol, had just cleared a call, and I was proceeding out of the Piccadilly Apartments in the south parking lot when I observed a white male and a black male walking northbound on Southwest 34th Street on the east side of that roadway.
What did you do in response to that?
I saw them walking on the roadway and noticed they walked into a fenced area that had a gate and into a wooded area that I knew from previous experience had no housing units or anything back up in there. And that raised my suspicions due to events at the time. And I called.
In particular, what events?
There had been bank robberies involving a white male and a black male in the area. We'd also had some student homicides that we were concerned about due to the time of the day, which was close to 1 o'clock in the morning. Knowing since I lived in that area, there was no apartments or housing units back up in that area. I knew the property belonged to the University of Florida. I decided I needed to investigate and find out why they were going into the woods at 1 o'clock in the morning.
If I could have one moment.
We've only got about 15 minutes left.
Your Honor, could I ask him to step down, and I'm going to ask him to show where he was located and where he went. And while I put the charts up, which I think are the ones that you've been shown before and the ones I didn't use, did you call for backup?
Yes, I did.
And who responded as your backup?
Deputy Sheriff Jim Liddell.
And approximately how long were we talking about until you saw these two individuals step into what you thought was a wooded area?
From the time I saw them to the time they stepped in the wooded area was just a few seconds, probably no more than 15 seconds or so, and around 30 seconds till Jim Liddell showed up.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will be using as demonstrative aids and not entering evidence in this hearing that which has been entered into a hearing previously held by the court and marked at that time as State's Exhibit 7K and State's Exhibit 7J. Keep going with this, sir.
Your Honor, those are our current markings. Those are, all right, those are the things you gave for today? Yes.
Okay, well, that's fine.
You have indexed, yes. They're all right.
That's fine. I'm going to show you how to go through markers 7K, and I'm going to back up out of your way. Let's scoot this together just a little bit. This was not quite as big as the other one. All right. Now, if you would, can everybody see this? If you would you show the jurors exactly where you were and where you went and where you
This is Southwest 34th Street. This is the wooded area that's what I was talking about. I was in a parking lot over here across on the west side of 34th Street in the Piccadilly Apartments. I was moving my vehicle in this direction when I saw a white and black male walking northbound on the sidewalk on the east side of 34th Street and then go in through a gate into this property, into this wooded area. There's an embankment here that you have to go up, and once you go up inside there, you lose visual contact.
Now, if you would, what did you do when you went up the embankment?
Myself and Deputy Liddell parked our cars on the east side of Southwest 34th Street. We went into the woods and we proceeded following the trail that they were following and stopped right around this area.
The area that's been marked with marker A. Moving back now, looking again at what is appeared in the aerial photograph, is this area represented by 7K essentially a drawing or diagram of a portion of this area, which is an aerial photograph?
That's correct.
Okay. If you will, this line that goes down that you have followed and said that you embarked on as point A, which is your point of stopping. What is that, you know?
That's like a power line right away or clearing where power lines go through that wooded area.
Is it more wooded each side of it?
Oh, yes.
I'm going to show you now on this what's been marked as line A. Is that,
That's the general area where the line, you can see how the woods have been cleared through there, very tall trees on both sides.
and you followed until point A? What happened at point A?
At point A, we were in close enough proximity to the two individuals that we could see where they were, ordered them to stop, since we were with the sheriff's office, identified ourselves. And one of them, the black male, remained still, and the white male took off running. Deputy Liddell gave chase after the white male as I ordered the black male to come back towards me.
And did you do so?
And he did.
And what was his name?
His name was Tony Danzy.
Were you at that time told the name of the person who had gone on?
At that time, he advised that the guy's name that he knew was Mike.
You may want to repeat that answer.
Yeah, Tony Danzy identified the white male by the name of Mike.
Tony Danza?
Then
Like
you
he's the
stopped
boss tax
Right here is
Tony
location.
Danza?
and Liddell proceeded.
He proceeded, and I did not proceed any further to this location. Liddell went
I
further.
don't think that was his real
I have
name.
no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Cross the name. May be excused.
Deputy Liddell,
You're excused, thanks.
I would request this deputy be excused from his service. State your full name, sir.
Jim Liddell?
And your employment is obviously the Alachua County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, it is.
How long have you been so employed?
9.5 years.
And what are your duties?
Routine patrol, midnight shift.
Just wait 1 second, allow counsel to.
Thank you.
And were you in late August in 1990 in a position of, as a patrol deputy?
Yes, I was.
Did you on any occasion receive a call to back up Deputy Tim Merritt?
Yes.
Do you know when that was?
Yes, it was August 28th.
And approximately what time?
It was just a little bit before 1 in the morning.
What did you do in response to that?
I met him right across from Piccadilly on the side of Southwest 34th Street.
If you would, if I could ask the witness to step down. I'm going to go ahead and share with you the previous witness has got us to point A. Rather than have you go back and restate that, I'm just going to pick up. Was there a point in time when you indicated to two people to stop?
Yes, there was.
And where, that was at point A?
Yes, it was.
What happened?
At that point, a white male gave flight and a black male stayed in position where he was supposed to.
And what did you do?
I'm fine.
You need to turn and face her.
A white male gave flight and a black male stayed in the position where he was supposed to.
Thank you.
And what did you do in response to, and did the black male comply?
Yes, it did.
The white male did not.
Correct.
What did you do in response to that circumstance?
I chased the white male.
And where did you go?
I followed the power line trail up through here and the white male.
Response to that, at that point,
When I ceased the chase because he was running in a dark wooded area and I just visually marked the spot where he ran in, I requested the K-9 unit to respond.
that which you have referred to in your testimony as a trail, that was the easement area?
Yes, he was.
Did he leave the easement area, the man you were pursuing?
Yes, he did.
When you marked the spot, what did you do?
I stood by that spot and waited for a K-9 unit to respond.
Did K-9 respond?
Yes.
In the form of who?
It was Deputy Chuck Stetson.
And presumably his dog.
Correct.
What happened then?
At that point, we put the dog on the exact spot where the suspect fled off into the wooded area, and we tracked him further back into the woods to approximately where B is, where we found the tent,
That's not going to be
where B is.
If you could, and I'm not asking to scale, approximately how far did you think you traveled until you went from point C to point B?
Probably about anywhere from 200 to 300 yards.
So you think you see? When you got to point C, what did you observe? Point B, I'm sorry, what did you observe?
Point B, I observed a raincoat sitting by a tree with a large sum of money underneath it and sticking out from underneath it. And I observed approximately, I would call it a pup tent, a two-person pup tent.
Now approach with it, Sean. I want to show you now what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 7R. And ask you if you can identify what that is.
That's the raincoat with the money underneath it.
Does that accurately depict what you first saw when you got to the scene?
I believe the raincoat was moved to show the money in this picture.
I want to show you now what is marked as State's Exhibit 7Q and ask you to describe what that is.
That's the position of the raincoat when we approached the tent.
And does that photograph accurately depict the view and the vision that you had when you came to that scene?
Yes, it does.
How were you illuminating the area? I'm not sure I asked you that.
With flashlights.
That tent, and the raincoat and the money, are they in that picture as they were when you got there?
Everything except for the gun case that you can see visibly in this picture.
At the time, you could not?
That's correct.
What did you do in response to seeing the tent and the raincoat and the money?
At that point, we were unsure whether the suspect had entered into the tent, so we released the canine dog into the tent to make sure that it was secured.
Did you determine it was?
Yes, it was.
What'd you do?
At that point, I stayed at the scene and the canine unit continued its track.
The money that you saw at that scene, it appears to have some coloration.
Yes, it does.
What did that tell you as a deputy?
That indicated that it was a dye pack that they put in the money when there's a bank robbery, and it will explode as soon as you get outside the front door.
I want to show you what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 7S for identification purposes, and ask you if you can tell me, is that a close-up view of the tent?
Yes, it is.
It shows a bag at the bottom of the tent. Where was that bag located when you actually got to the tent?
It was sitting just inside the tent.
And that picture is after you have moved it out?
Yes, it is.
And do all of those pictures fairly accurately depict what you saw that night, other than the changes that you have described to us?
Yes, they do.
At the point in time that Deputy Sexton departed and you had pulled out and secured the area, pulled out that bag, what did you do next?
At that point, I searched the bag.
And when you're searching the bag, what did you find?
I found a Taurus automatic.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I seen the box, and I knew it was a gun box that I would have commonly recognized as a gun box. I opened up to make sure that the weapon was still there.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
What did you do in response to this?
At that point, I just secured the scene, and I didn't go any further.
And did anyone come to take over the crime scene?
Yes.
And who was that person?
The investigator, Jackie Smith.
Just 1 second, Judge. No further questions.
And I would just ask that these photographs, which have not been entered in evidence, but are just identified at this time, if the numbers on the back of them previously used in the hearings could be read into the record.
That's fine. Actually, I'll go ahead and move these in. I was going to let the next witness, but I'll move these exhibits, which have been marked for identification purposes, as 7S
Why don't you stand up there
7R.
behind the witness?
and 7Q
If you
be received in evidence, and I don't know that I can give you a photograph number.
That's what I'm.
094P-109 is 7Q. The 094P111 is 7R. 094P110 is 7S. And I would move these into evidence, Your Honor.
And are subject to previous objections.
Noted.
Your Honor, once again, I have no further questions, and I would request the publicity on my next witness.
For the record, 7S would be accepted as 141, 7R is 142, 7Q is 143.
State called Jackie Smith.
For the record, Your Honor, that's had no questions for that witness.
He did.
Okay. So, all done for today. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share and all that stuff. I don't know why they don't want the jury to know that Krista was beheaded. It was after death. I mean, I don't know. Is it worse? They think that they'll pick the death penalty just because he beheaded her. But he did it after death. Okay, guys. Well, I will see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And we'll do some more. I appreciate you guys too. Love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good afternoon and be careful driving an hour to get your grandson. And take it easy, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.